All right, looks like everybody's grabbing their seats. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm coming to you guys 1984 style this time. So if anybody runs in with a big sledgehammer to throw at me, you just let them do their thing. All right. So we'll gavel in and call this meeting to order on Wednesday, September 20th, 2023, beginning the 23-24 school year. Regents meetings. So we have 4 meetings of minutes to begin this with to approve. Blake, am I okay to do that all on one motion, or do I have to do 4 separate?
You can do one motion.
All right. So is there a motion to approve the minutes from our June meeting, our July special meeting, our retreat and budget workshop, and our August special meeting? Any revisions or corrections? Do I hear a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regent Ice. Do I have a second?
I will second.
All right, I've heard it moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. I love it. We're starting the year in unanimity. Can't beat that. All right, we have some special guests here for section 3. As you all know, we've been doing our best to work more closely with the State Board of Ed, and Regent Ice and President Flanders and myself meet with Commissioner Watson and Chair Haas and Vice Chair Porter monthly. And usually we do a joint board meeting together. The schedules weren't able to align for that. And so they'll be addressing us today. And then Regent Ice will be going on our behalf in October to their meeting to address them. So I'd like to invite up from the Kansas State Board of Education, Chair Melanie Haas and Vice Chair Jim Porter.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you on the screen up there. That was a fun surprise. I am Melanie Haas. Jim Porter is over here on the end, and Commissioner Randy Watson is also over there in the corner. And we are here to return to a discussion that our board started months ago. Our 2 boards started months ago. And to tee that up, I want to begin with our vision, which is Kansas leads the world in the success of each student. It's a vision. There's not a person in this room who'd be here today if they had not set some big goals for themselves and probably for the people around them. I know for a fact that right now, students all over the country, high school students, are setting their sights on a perfect ACT score, right? And they won't all achieve that. But if they don't set that big goal, it won't drive them to do their very best. And without a big aspirational goal of our own, we may still deliver for Kansas students, but it's incumbent on all of us to set big goals for them so that they do their best and we help them achieve. A goal that the State Board of Education has set for Kansas high schools is a graduation rate of 95%, as well as post-secondary achievement for all graduates. And as you know, KSDE follows up 2 years after each student graduates from high school to ensure that that post-secondary success is happening for those students. So 2 years after their graduation date, that measure may be that they've achieved a certificate, perhaps in welding. Some students graduate from high school already with an associate's degree at the same time that they walk across the stage and receive that high school diploma. And another measure of success is that 2 years out, they're still enrolled in a 4-year institution or otherwise. An associate's degree would work as well if they're still pursuing that. And so not all students are meeting this goal. One reason for this is they're not financially equipped to do so, either individually or as a family. And they may not have been adequately prepared by their parents, by their teachers, by their guidance counselors. They may not know what opportunities exist for them. Personally, I know a high school student who really wants to be a lawyer, and she's set her sights specifically on a program at Wichita State University because it's designed for children of immigrants. It's a fantastic program. And as I tell you this, you're probably thinking, I know of another program that would probably suit that student as well. But she doesn't know about it. She only knows about the one. Our boards have met together just a few times, but we quickly agreed on one thing. Kansas students can achieve post-secondary success through our wonderful state colleges. And a few years ago, the state board undertook the process of updating graduation requirements. Through that process, we identified an area that we need to work on, which is that several years ago, the board voted and passed a requirement that all students have an individualized plan of study. And that plan of study is meant to be a guide for each student. The graduation task force learned that some districts do exceedingly well with this plan of study and other districts not so well. The State Board of Education needs to reconsider how we can make the IPS more meaningful and actionable for every student. We need to hold districts to a high standard in the interest of the students and the families they serve. The IPS sets the stage for that post-secondary success. And it's a plan that will guide students through a plan of study that's personalized. And for a growing number of students, that means having access to college classes while they're still in high school. The bottom line here is that students need to see their own path to college. And getting 15 credit hours before they graduate from high school will not only show them that they're capable, but it will foster that lifelong learning that we hope to instill in every student. They will want more. They will want to become lifelong learners. In the fall of 2022, our boards discussed that it was imperative that during the next legislative session, so the one that's already over, we wanted that legislative session to bring progress in this area. We are committed as a state board to making these first 15 hours of college an accessible reality for all Kansas high school students. So I'm here to ask you, how can we work together to make this happen? We can't delay another year. It's amazing how quickly children grow up. For every year that another class graduates, tens of thousands of Kansas students miss out on a college education. They miss out on opportunities. So I'm here to say, let's work together to solve this for Kansans and for Kansas kids. Thank you. Turn it over to Jim Porter.
Hey, I'm very glad to be here today. I'm starting on a negative note, Mr. Chairman. On the way up today, I was harassed in the elevator about keeping this brief. And so I guess I am as old as I look, so I refer to that as elder abuse, and I'm kind of filing a thing. So I cut my presentation down from 50 to 48 minutes. You breathe a sigh of relief there. I'm going to talk about reading. Significant numbers of people either have dyslexia or other reading issues that are best addressed through explicit instruction and structured literacy. An example of how widespread this issue is that at least one member of your board, at least one member of our board, and at least one president of the Regents universities have dyslexia. And if this group is normal, there are many other people in this room that do too. However, the people in this room have overcome that or have learned to adjust to that. But I'm concerned not necessarily about us, but I'm concerned about that multitude of people who have not had the opportunity and have missed the opportunity to be as successful as they can be because of deficits in reading. The State Board of Education has very limited higher education responsibilities. The exception is that we develop program standards for institutions which lead toward a teacher license, and we review and approve those programs. Knowledge of the competence in using structured literacy is now a requirement for any potential program applying for a license. As one who believes that reading is an absolute essential skill, I have told my colleagues on the State Board of Education that I will not vote for any program that comes to us that does not indicate a strong effort in the ability to teach kids how to. So basically, whenever we want to make sure that the people that are coming out of those programs are capable of addressing the reading issues. As chair of the Legislative Task Force on Dyslexia, I've been in contact with the Regents deans from the beginning of the process and appreciate those relationships. I know they have presented a plan to KBAR that addresses a plan, and I want to thank them for doing that. I also appreciate that structured literacy is a goal of the Kansas State Board of Education, which gives us an outstanding opportunity to work together for the benefit of the students of Kansas. Now for the ask. We ask that you continue to support and advocate for effective instruction in the implementation of structured literacy. To the extent possible, support coordinated curriculum among the Regents programs. and support an assessment process which allows students to demonstrate the knowledge of that they have the knowledge and competence whenever they finish the programs. On the third one, the assessment, on your list from the deans, there's a plan to develop this assessment, which is fine. However, that takes time. Students having difficulty learning to read do not have time for a do-over. There is at least one assessment available that is being used in several states now. I would ask that you consider using, at least in the interim, something that is currently available so that we can start that process immediately. As I said before, a second grader is only in the second grade now, and they can't wait 3 years for us to get our act together. Thank you for your time and attention. I would be glad to address any questions you might have, realizing that I am not an expert on reading or anything else for that matter. And quite possibly most of the questions that you ask me, my answer will be, I don't know.
All right, we have Jim,
Thank
maybe.
you.
Jim, thank you. Well, let's have Melanie come back up. I'll just say personally, obviously a lot of influence in these conversations onto our board goals. I think the subjects that both of you took on, we've added into our board goals, which we'll vote on here later in this meeting. So I appreciate you addressing those two topics. We believe in that together, but I wanted to give the rest of the board an opportunity to respond or ask questions. And I can't see you to call on you, so you just speak up.
Chair Rolfe, this is Regent Lane. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you both for being here. And let me say that both of your pushes and priorities align greatly with what we are talking about. So if I could, Chair Haas, go first to your early college notion. In June, we had a year ago, in July of 2022, the board appointed a task force to look at dual and concurrent enrollment and what we might do to ensure opportunity and access across the entire state. In June this year, this past June, the task force recommended that KBOR and the State Board of Education approve a joint policy requiring every high school to offer dual or concurrent opportunities in their high school through a program that we call Diploma Plus. So when you talk about students graduating with more than their high school diploma, early college hours, credentials, we are in great alignment. So we will get you more details on that recommendation and hope that you will join us in developing a policy where we jointly endorse and even require opportunities for students. The number of hours we can certainly discuss. The task force suggested at least 3 courses or 9 hours. I like your thinking that we might be able to do more. So we hope that you'll join us in that joint recommendation for Diploma Plus. Also in our unified ask, we're going to be discussing financial support to ensure that we have navigators that can help students and families, and your high school faculty ensure that students are on the right path. The last thing I'll mention is through that task force, they also developed some what we call education award pathways that align your high school graduation requirements, the CTE requirements, with our general education framework, our system-wide transfer courses. We have 2 examples for you, one in education and one in healthcare, and we would appreciate and welcome an opportunity to work with you and your staff and your team to develop more of those so that families can see how it works beginning in 9th grade all the way through. So thank you for that. Those are my comments on that topic, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regent Lane. Melanie?
Mind if I respond? Sure.
Yeah, please.
So thank you so much. It is wonderful to know that we're in agreement, and it's been a great journey. I want to keep that bar really high. The 15 hours are critical at this point. And I hope that that's something that we can agree on, that this is a place where we really need to meet Kansas families. And the last part of your comments there are a lot of options available to families, and they often don't know what they are. And so I think that we share the responsibility in the high schools that we're not only letting students know these are what your current opportunities look like as far as you can take this class and get high school or get college credit for a high school class, but also that we're talking to them about what does college really look like for you. And so part of that IPS really needs to include that plan after high school so that they are on a trajectory that aligns with where they are right now. The commissioner can tell you stories about how he goes out to high schools, meets with kids and says, you know, what do you want to be when you grow up? And their classes in high school do not align to that goal. So we need to make sure that we're in alignment. We need to make sure that we're reaching out and educating parents at the same time that we're educating those students. Thank you.
Other comments from the board? All right, I'm blind when the camera's facing that way, so I'm gonna assume no. Is that right? Okay.
Right.
Hey, oh, go ahead. Someone's gonna say something.
What do we know about the extent to which this challenge is becoming more prolific, affecting more students rather than the same number or less?
So when you say challenge, are you referring to how many students are graduating from?
No, the reading challenge.
Reading. Said you're not the expert, but I disagree.
The Legislative Task Force on dyslexia made several recommendations to the State Board of Education that are already being implemented. One of them is that we start the process of providing professional development to every Kansas teacher, every college professor that teaches reading. Now, this is regardless of public or private, so that and used COVID relief money, about $15 million, to make that available free of charge to any elementary teacher that wants it, any special education teacher and some of those like that. That is well into the implementing process. We have required screening 3 times a year, especially in the early grades. That is being implemented. We have changed the program standards. As a matter of fact, the first time I met with the deans, and I did this before we ever had a first meeting of the task force, I was told, if you want us to do something different, you have to change the program standards. We did that, which includes requirements for structured literacy. And so now for a program to be approved, that has to be demonstrated. Quite frankly, I probably shouldn't say this here. Most of those who know me, that I'm never careful. Institutions like yours and ours don't generally move at the speed of the wind. But I believe that we're moving faster than predicted. And I believe with our effort now to work with the colleges and to work with the current people that are in the classroom, that we're going to be able to move much faster than we can. If we meet 90%, if we have 90% of the kids in Kansas learning to read effectively, we should celebrate that. But our next question should be, how do we meet the other 10? Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate all of your work over your career to advance quality education. I know you've been working at it for a while.
Chair Rolfe, if I may.
Go ahead.
This is Regent Lane, and this is about the literacy work. So, Mr. Porter, thank you.
Jim.
Yeah, I know. Thank you so much for recognizing the hard work of our deans of colleges of education. And you are aware, both of you are aware, that we've had a task force in that same time frame as the dual and concurrent, working on recommendations for educator workforce. They brought us 19 items. We elevated structured literacy as one of the top. And since January of 2023, they have been working at maybe not quite the speed of the wind, but very rapidly to ensure that our in-service teachers and our pre-service teachers have access to quality instruction around science of literacy. I want to thank you for bringing forward the areas that we can work together in, because we agree with many of those, and also want to ask you to consider more. First of all, ensuring that we have alignment around the standards in our pre-service programs is vital, and you're doing that through licensure. We'd like to continue to work deeply with you in that arena. I really appreciate the coordinated curriculum across institutions, one of the things that we've been discussing is having a what we call a unified or common program across our institutions of how we develop teachers in the area of literacy. And so that falls nicely into what you are suggesting. The common assessment, we agree. Our deans are recommending that we develop an assessment, but I think that your wisdom to say, let's use what's already available till we provide a quality is important. We also would like to work with you on micro-credentials so that when a teacher finishes a pre-service teacher finishes her program and graduates from one of our institutions, they have a credential that says, I am prepared to walk in any classroom in Kansas and know how the components of structured literacy will move my students forward. So there are many things there. I suggest that we could create a goal that said that our desire is to have Kansas lead the nation in the development of teachers in structured literacy. So thank you for bringing those forward. There may be some things that we need to stop doing in order to achieve that goal, but I'm excited about working with you on that.
Thank you very much.
Hoorah. Anybody else have comments, questions?
We look forward to having you with us next month.
You all have set a high bar. We can only hope it goes as well as today did.
Oh, we're just slumming.
I apologize for the abuse in the elevator too, Jim. All right, well, I want to thank our distinguished chairwoman and vice chair and commissioner of education. Thank you on behalf of all Kansans for the work you're doing to prepare the students who are headed our way. We do spend a lot of time talking about college going rate. We know we got to work on that. This is all part of that work. And so we're committed to continue to work on this early college or diploma plus initiative and on reading and from one dyslexia bro to the other. Good job today. Speaking extemporaneously without notes. So, all right. Thank you guys very much for joining us today. A round of applause for our public service there. Thank you. All right. Next up, we are going to receive the responses to the Student Athlete Healthcare Task Force recommendations. You remember we got a recommendation at the end of last year from our task force, and then we put it out to the universities to give us their responses to their specific requests. And Elaine Frisbee is going to come up and do that. So come on up, Elaine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a reminder and a refresher for our new regents, 2 years ago, it was a goal of the board to do an in-depth review of our student health centers at the 6 state universities. That task force was chaired by Dr. Debbie Haynes from Wichita. And arising out of that discussion then was the next year's board goal to then examine how the student athletes' healthcare is handled at our 6 state universities. So we had a task force last year chaired by Dr. Jagger. And excuse me, Dr. Jagger presented recommendations to the board in June, so just a few months ago, and the board requested that the universities return with their responses to those recommendations. The reports and the data collected by the task force consultant were very specific to each individual campus, so it's not the same across the 6 schools. And given the breadth of today's agenda, we did decide to narrow that down to just the 3 Division I schools. So we will start with the University of Kansas. Nicole Corcoran, the KU Deputy Athletic Director and Director of Student Athlete Wellbeing, is here to present KU's information, along with assistance from Brian Conway, who's their Senior Administrator. We also have Matt Thomason from K-State, the Senior Associate Athletic Director for Student Athlete Health, Wellness, and Performance. And then we'll hear from Kevin Sal, the Wichita State Athletic Director. And I do believe Jean Taylor, Dr. Taylor, is on the line from K-State. Are there any questions? So with that, I'll turn it over to Nicole.
See if this is really up here. It is. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see some friendly faces. I will say that this was definitely a very intense look at our sports medicine programs on behalf of the University of Kansas and Kansas Team Health. They definitely were detailed and very comprehensive in the information that they were seeking. My colleague who is joining me here today, Brian Conway, and I won't tell you how many hours maybe were spent on helping to make sure we could gather the right groups of people for information and to make certain that we had good participation from all of our student athletes and staff as requested. So definitely a good reminder of why we're here and what we're doing. I will say that we are really fortunate at the University of Kansas and Kansas Athletics. Our chancellor, Douglas Gerard, Dr. Gerard had some foresight. We really lucked out. In 2019, we entered into a partnership to take our medical care and the decision-making for our sports medicine and Kansas, our student athletes outside of an administrator's decision-making power. And as I do joke a little, not that I am not awesome, right? And I am an administrator who did have that report through me in the past, but now I'm liaison, and we partnered with University of Kansas Health Systems and Lawrence Memorial Health, and we now have Kansas Team Health. So in 2019, we had about 40 staff who moved from Kansas Athletics to University of Kansas Health Systems, and they now report through that entity instead of the athletics department. So that was seen as something, and I know you all have the report, that was seen as a model that other areas across the country are looking to emulate. So we're really fortunate that happened. I would also remind folks, the other reason we lucked out, a little thing called COVID happened. So we were then connected with the best medical resources we could hope for through a really scary and unknown time. So really fortunate there. Let me see if I can manage this. Maybe I cannot. Who would like to make that slide move? Thank you so much. I love that. I love technology. So we did have some growth opportunities, which is what we were asked to talk about today. More diverse behavioral health options. Let me put that into English. Our student athletes would like to have more people in the sports psychology, social work, behavioral health area that look like them. Right now, the percentage that are out there across the country in diverse behavioral health experts, it's more limited. We started with a social worker, clinically licensed social worker, one, when we moved into our new relationship, and then we added another. We have since added a sports psychologist to our staff that started this past August. It took us over 6 months to find the right person for that position. Right now, there are colleges across the country that are definitely trying to step up in this area. COVID made that really well known that we have more challenges with mental health and well-being than we had in the past. So things really grew, and we are trying to meet those needs. So we are looking to add as necessary, but right now we are maximizing our partnerships in the community. We refer our student athletes outside of our University of Kansas folks internally. So we do have a number of student athletes who seek behavioral health outside of us, and we do pay for that support. So right now, that's where we are trying to expand with our diverse opportunities. When it makes sense to add more staff, we will do that. So that is definitely important for us. And that was probably our number one priority. One piece that was mentioned that I had to get a little help on from my colleagues, the need for a medical review officer. There's a certification that was recommended. Our head primary care physician, Dr. Jared Harrell, is being certified through the Medical Review Officer Certification Council this school year. I had to ask for a little translation. So what does that mean? Like, why is that important? And it has to do with reviewing lab and testing results. So that is a simple fix that we are able to do, and he's already working on getting that done. So almost a check mark on that. Another growth opportunity that was identified for us, more formal interaction between the head team physicians and the chair of orthopedics and sports medicine. The way our program is set up, we have a head primary care team physician and also a head orthopedic team physician. They report through the chair of orthopedics at University of Kansas Health Systems. So we wanted to clarify what that formal interaction needs to be, because I'm going to give you a little rundown of what we currently have and say we are always willing to do more and want to do what we can. But currently there are 4 quarterly meetings for discussion of cases and issues with physicians only to discuss any situations our student athletes may be dealing with medical care. There are monthly faculty meetings with the Department of Ortho and also quarterly sports medicine meetings for University of Kansas Health Systems. Dr. Paul Schreppel, who is the chair of the orthopedics department, is present at all those meetings, but we are certainly open to adding more if that is deemed important by the group. So we have asked for a little clarification there to make sure we're meeting that need for our students. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. Okay, this is a good one and it's a big one. It was brought to everyone's attention not that long ago on, it was an NFL football game night, right? That really brought the need for CPR and AED training back to the forefront. We had already internally looked at the need to make sure that we have at least a member of each coaching staff certified. Our Kansas Team Health staff are already required to be certified in CPR and AED training. So that would be our athletic trainers and our strength and conditioning coaches, also referred to as sport performance. Every team is assigned individuals to them. These individuals are present during practice and in competitions. So thankfully we have those individuals that are required. But that next step of requiring the coaches and sport specific staff as well, as I said, we started asking for one, and now based on this guidance, which actually Brian and Dr. Harrell and I were very excited to see. Well, we've had this look done and they're strongly encouraging that we have every coach certified. So we're working to get all 65 of our coaches, that's head coaches, assistants, associates, certified in CPR and AED training. We have actually partnered with Lawrence Memorial Health on that. And we are sending out regular options for our coaches to take that certification starting online and then with in-person as well, including our sport administrators. I myself oversee 5 sports. I will be taking that as well. Actually next week I get certified. So we take this seriously, and that to us is a really easy way to do it. And we appreciated the extra push from this group to help us kind of have some backing, because as you can imagine, there are a lot of things that we encourage and require our coaches and staff to do. And this is a good one. So thank you. More diversity, equity, and inclusion education as dictated by the NCAA. Here's what's great about the relationship we have between Kansas Team Health and Kansas Athletics. The Kansas Team Health staff is part of our Kansas Athletics family. So everything that our Kansas Athletics staff does or has an opportunity to do as far as education and training, Kansas Team Health staff has that as well. We recently did required microaggression training for our staff. We're actually offering 5 different sessions for all of our staff. And we've made it a priority that Kansas Team Health staff is involved and required as well. We are continuing to work with our university partners. That's a good thing too about being on campus. We get the benefit of having our campus training as well. And there is online training that we are required to do and extend that to Kansas Team Health. So trying to take these recommendations into account, but believe we have some good resources to do that already in place. Next, nutrition evaluation process should include medical staff, administration, coaches, and athletes. Here's what's really good. We do this. We have dietitians on staff, and we have an evaluation process that is from coaches and student athletes reviewing the support that they receive from our dietitians. That is something that has continued to improve and grow. We started with 2 individuals. We now have 4 that are responsible for providing nutrition support to our teams. Have definitely seen some areas for growth and improvement from student athlete feedback and coaches. So continuing to expand that. We do survey all of our student athletes every year, in addition to meetings and one-on-one conversations with staff on that. So definitely still room to always grow and get better. There's lots of changes still when it comes to REDS, energy deficiency syndrome, or other eating disorders, and also just fueling bodies the right way for nutrition and for competition. So continuing to work there. Thank you. Emergency action plans. We all have them. We sometimes forget to look at them until we need them. So it's important that we practice. We do that as a staff, and Brian is happy to answer any questions since he helps coordinate that. You're welcome. But for the one piece that we did not do that was called out from the surveys and the in-person meetings with our student athletes is have student athletes be a part of the emergency action plans. So that's already been done with our medical folks, and they go through that, our Kansas Team Health staff, but then also including our student athletes and our coaches with that training, because they were not aware of what some of those steps were. So that's an area that we're working on incorporating with all of our teams. Also find more ways to promote health, safety, and wellness education on all topics to athletes, coaches, and staff annually. We believe we do a decent job at providing individual education and training to our groups. However, it is a good reminder that we may not be doing as great as we might think. And we need to also make those expanded to include more groups and not just the individual areas that we're meeting with. So that's one that we're always looking for ideas and ways to grow, and we will keep working on that. We know that we also cannot make everyone happy at every moment, but we definitely do our best to provide information and accountability and listen to what needs are. The last one, okay, maybe there's two. I'm not that great at math. Create access for athletes to join identity-based support groups supervised by a licensed healthcare professional. That one we are working through a little bit with our campus partners to see what we have that's available already on campus. The piece that was a little bit of a twist was the licensed healthcare professional. So we're going to need to figure out what that really looks like and how we can accomplish that. That one I have felt like is just a little more challenging just to get started on, but it is definitely one that we're working on and trying to get to the right place. Maybe our chancellor has some suggestions there. So, but we'll work on that. And then create access to mental health support group for injured athletes. We have solid mental health support on an individual basis. We have a student athlete development unit that has a whole chapter on how we work with student athletes who are injured, who are medically disqualified, who are losing a piece of their identity, who are not able to compete when that was part of their existence, right? So we have some ways that we're addressing this already, but one need that we did not have is that group. So we're working on a mental health support group for injured student athletes who would want to participate. Again, looking at that group support instead of more of the individual focus that we've had. So those were our great, there we go. See, there's the purple. Those, I'm done. Those were our growth opportunities. Again, we are really blessed to be in the position that we are, really thankful with the working relationship that we have with our health partners. I will say, being part of the transition, the hardest part was the people part when we started this. That was the hardest thing in 2019, but now it is working beautifully. And I think we have the best of both worlds, but we'll keep working and trying to do better. So any questions I can answer before I pass it?
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Nice.
Questions or comments?
Yes, Went.
Thank you. Good presentation.
Thanks.
Just in the news was about Michigan State University's football coach. What, if anything, is being done or can be done to lessen the propensity of one of the instances of sexual abuse by coaches, players, et cetera, et cetera? Is there a training? How does that?
Oh,
fit
you've
into
got
it?
the right person up here to answer that. So another thing I do, I am actually a deputy Title IX coordinator for the university. I'm the Title IX contact at Kansas Athletics. I stand before every single team that we have, all 500 student athletes with their coaching and support staff every year. So I go before every team. I just have done it. I have one team left. One team left. Stand before everyone to talk about what the reporting requirements are, what the resources are for support, how to report, who to talk to, what's required, what is not, what sexual harassment is, what misconduct is. I get to talk about all the things that really we don't want to talk about, but because it's important, that's what we do. So I believe we are doing the best that we can to make sure that our male and female student athletes, our male and female staff, everyone is informed on what it looks like and what to do if you experience it. We have a very strong training with our entire staff. We have requirements of each of us that we must complete certain training each year, just online. And then also I again get to be the vocal person that gets to present to all staff. And we have a very strong working relationship with our Office of Civil Rights and Title IX on campus. So we work together on that too. So believe me, the headlines we hate seeing that and we hate to know that people are experiencing that, but we are doing everything in our power to try to help prevent that here.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I do have
So sorry,
one
thank
question.
you.
great points on many opportunities and growth activities that KU is performing. I wanted to understand, do you have a measurement as to where you are before these efforts were put in place? And when do you want to be as a university after these are implemented and see the results thereafter?
Yes, we do have a survey system that is part of our annual gathering of information and surveys of student athletes and coaches. And so we are able to track whether it is satisfaction or increase in usage. When we talk about even, for example, mental health usage, we do track by sport the number of student athletes that are served. And we do not collect names. We don't have any of that information, but to know how many teams are how are we reaching? Do we have enough resource and individuals to support them? So we do look at that specifically, but we're able to look at satisfaction, services delivered, quality of care, physicians, services, food, like all of it. So we do look at that on an annual basis. It used to just be first and third students that we would survey, and now we're surveying all student athletes every year, as well as more kind of just for more in person. We do still have that in-person meeting that happens with student athletes and sport administrators and staff. So we're kind of assessing both the percentage, the numbers to look at survey satisfaction and ratings, as well as in-person comments.
That'll help us look at the graph on where we are
Yes.
achieving. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and your hard work on this and what you're doing for all the athletes at the University of Kansas. All right. I think K-State's up next. The purple, as she said.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, the board. My name is Matt Thomason. I'd like to start by just saying thank you. As an athletic trainer professionally doing this for over 20 years in this state, been fortunate. And most of the time, the athletic trainer gets questioned or inquiries come is when something unfortunate happens. And it's always a negative connotation. So I appreciate this proactive approach. We tried to be as transparent as possible in the approach. It was a process, probably more than what I thought it would be. But I think we learned a lot. And I think USCA did a great job with it. And I think they learned a lot when we asked some of the questions back to clarify some things. So I greatly appreciate it all. Next slide, please. Want to start really with what we are all about, and that's providing the medical care for our student athletes. And this process was about the overall student athlete, head to toe, mental health, performance, everything. On our survey, 25% of the student athletes representing 8 of our sports programs responded, which we thought was good. Can be better, absolutely. We'd love 100%, but dealing with student athletes, that's difficult at times to get responses. The responses demonstrated overall that we have a very good understanding from our student athletes that they know how to get their medical care. They know who to contact, what's the best avenue to go. And if not, they know who can get them to that avenue, which is very good. One of the things that we implemented before COVID and then came back pretty strong after COVID was a student athlete wellbeing committee. This has provided us a valuable resource. This committee is made up of myself, our medical director, our team physician, both 2 of our counselors at this point in time. We have an opening for our 3rd counselor to get filled again. From our mental health standpoint, we have 2 nutritionists, and we have our academic and Title IX coordinator on this. It's a very confidential group in which we discuss roughly 8 to 10% of our student athlete population twice a month. And what we're doing is we're reviewing these. These are from, these could be disordered eating student athletes, or they have a history of, they could have social problems, family problems, things that they might encounter. Sometimes it's just being a freshman at a college and they're struggling, understanding the requirements of their sport and what they're doing. So our idea is that we can get all these entities that spend a lot of time with our student athletes, and we can identify problems maybe before they are problems. They're struggling academically. They bring that to us. We talk about it as a group. How can we help? And then each entity, if they can have a part in that, mental health or nutrition, they can go ahead and address that, and we can get on the front end of it. Next slide, please. And part of the process on recommendations, we submitted all of our policies and procedures, and one of the items was not really clear on exactly what to submit. So I came back and listed a lot of them that I think address some of the things that they asked in terms of us addressing here today. One of that I'll mention is the independent medical care supervision and jurisdiction policy that wasn't specifically requested. So we did not put that out there, but basically that's our role delineations of not only myself and my staff, what the obligations of our team physicians are. Our medical referral policy, how we go about making sure we're providing the best for our student athletes. So if locally we don't have what we feel like we're getting, we can refer that out. We have that policy that we can follow there. Obviously, the emergency action plan that we did provide. I think another important one is the chaperone policy, and that's our student athlete policy that we incorporated a little over 2 years ago. And what that is basically gives our student athletes the right to have anyone that they choose, whether that be their athletic trainer, a friend, a coach, anyone that they choose, go with them to any medical appointment that they might have. So anytime that they're in the place where they might be one-on-one with a doctor that maybe they know or don't know, outside providers, they have the ability to have someone in that room with them to make sure that they're comfortable. And at any point in time, if they're not comfortable, they can stop that appointment. And we're there to help them with that process as well. Next slide. Areas of growth. A lot of our areas of growth that we recognized and was recognized by the third party was really in the administrative areas. Formal agreements with our team physicians and our team orthopedics. We addressed this probably 2017, 18 actually came up with our legal counsel MOUs, and then it kind of just fell by the wayside and we didn't really actually go forth. So that's something that we're currently working on with legal at this point in time. A little bit different for us. Our medical director for our athletic department is actually the medical director for our student healthcare services. We rely on our health center a lot, especially for our family practice and other needs, pharmacy, things of that nature. So it's a good working relationship with the university, and it benefits us that they follow the same thing. And so it's just wanted to be noted there. A lot of discussion about annual performance evaluations. And there was questions when they asked some of the employees, and I think that got to hesitation, but everybody in our department undergoes a annual evaluation. The athletic training staff goes under myself, along with the other entities that I see in those directors' roles in terms of strength and conditioning, sports psych, and our sports nutrition. And then we're going to work on using some outside providers and review of those as well. In terms of like our team orthopedics or an outside entity, we're working towards that about how to improve that situation. Addressing strength and conditioning policies and procedures and mental health policies and procedures. Our mental health policy and procedures actually was already underway when this occurred. It's currently going through the final processes and being vetted. Strength and conditioning had policies, but really probably not up to our expectations. So we're working on revamping those. I do supervise both of those areas. One of the points was including medical approval of our strength and conditioning programs. We work closely. I have a strong belief for our student athletes that the sports medicine staff and the strength and conditioning have to be on the same page. And that's just how we work day in and day out. So there's constant communication. Everybody knows what's going to happen when a strength and conditioning program is about to occur, but we don't have medical approval on those beforehand when they occur. So we're working towards doing that. It'll be a fairly simple process because as their supervisor, I'll be able to read through those programs and sign off. And that's something we plan on implementing by the next semester here. Emergency action plans. Ours are venue based. It's a large document, just under 100 pages. It's reviewed and rehearsed at least a minimum of twice a year. So what we like to do is we like to do that in August when everybody's fresh. And then once we take a winter break, we like to come back, make sure we understand what the EAP is for each of their venues that has to do with those sports. Each of our ATs, our athletic trainers, lead those educations. Those are sometimes practical, meaning we're actually getting out and going through processes. We're going through scenarios. And then we work to do a major one with our EMS and our local providers as well on things that might be catastrophic at big events. So we're all on the same page on who's doing what. Something that we did implement since this for this year in August is that when the coaches and support staff go through these education trainings, they are now signing off just like they have to. They're mandated by the NCAA to sign off on concussion checklists and understand what a concussion and the history and the signs and symptoms of that are. We are doing the exact same thing now, and we've done that, and everyone has signed off that they understand simple things like what is their role, they understand what the EAP says, and they know the location of the AED for their facilities. Next slide, please. Here, there was some relative information, some questions. Just wanted to make sure clear that athletic healthcare administrator, I am that for Kansas State. I know Nicole is for KU. That's an NCAA requirement. Those are the people that are responsible for understanding what's going on with the NCAA, all the changes that are occurring, which is right now a lot. and making sure that those are communicated to all of our coaching staffs, to all of our student athletes, and to all the staffs. So that is our job. That is what we do. It's one of the small things, but it is a busy time for that. And those guidelines continue to change across the board for everything. And then the last question, there was a question about what percent of your annual budget might be devoted to the health and well-being. Ours is currently right at about 8% of the overall athletic department budget is going to the student athletes' health and well-being. Slide. Again, thank you, and would love any questions.
Questions for our friend here. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think we got Wichita State up next. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. I would echo my colleagues' comments just in regards to the in-depth nature of the inquiry, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to get better in many, many areas because of it. I want to thank Dr. Debbie Haynes, who is a shocker for her work 2 years ago, and then also Dr. Jagger. Dr. Jagger and I have an 8-year relationship at a previous institution. And so both of those individuals being in Wichita, we've spent a great deal of time beyond the USCA inquiry, talking through how we continue to improve what we're doing. So I just appreciate the opportunity to do that. I just want to hit just a couple of slides on brief departmental overview, if we can. Next slide, to make sure that we understand the context of what our mission is at Wichita State is to develop young people in programs in a first-class way through service to our student athletes and coaches. So obviously this aligns very much with what we do and what we believe in the Shocker way. So really important, I think, for us to understand that. There's 3 components to that. Our core values, which certainly addresses the Michigan State question. We spend a lot of time talking through our core values. And obviously the trainings associated with that and the expectations, but also our student athlete experience. We take that very seriously, and we believe that we are one of the last developmental pieces for our student athletes before they matriculate into a professional world. And we take seriously the fact that we're developing them as students in this order: students, persons, players, and then ultimately professionals, so that they can equip to launch. And then obviously the competitive piece. So just share the broad context with you so that we understand where this fits in. Next slide, please. We have very comprehensive strategic objectives in 3 particular areas: our academics, our community service, and competitive. But I want to say that not only does this help guide our work, we have over 130 specific 1-year objectives within our department for this academic year that we strive to accomplish. And a lot of those recommendations and areas for improvement from the USCA evaluation are included in there. So understanding that, I do want to take just 2 seconds to brag on our student athletes. We achieved something that's never been done before at Wichita State. We got a 3.4 GPA this last spring semester department-wide. That's our 36th consecutive 3.0 or better. So really, really pleased with that. Just understand that we absolutely, please. So thank you for the opportunity to walk through the objectives piece. As we turn, next slide, please, as we turn our focus to the USCA, I just want to review our recent enhancements, but before doing so, maybe explain our model just a little bit. Shocker Athletics has maintained a long-standing relationship, more than a decade, with Ascension Via Christi Hospital in Wichita. They oversee our athletic trainings, the orthopedic sports medicine doctors, Dr. Cleland and Dr. Porter, who are heavily involved in our program, but also the care for our student athletes through the AVC network. Our student athletes responded at a 50% response rate in terms of the USCA survey. And so recent enhancements based off of, really, I'm in my 14th month. So initial evaluation, we've added 2 full-time employees in our sports medicine unit, one specifically for track and field. That has 110 of our 250 student athletes are in track and field. So we've got a second full-timer there. And then we also hired a patient care coordinator for our 250 student athletes that focuses on insurance and billing and navigating that care network through Ascension Via Christi. We've added a full-time employee in our performance and mental health area, which we're really excited about. We have, starting in October, Dr. DJ Purnell PhD in counseling psychology, and a minor in sports performance. So there's both elements of that piece really important. And then we've had since August, Mally Hall, who has 2 master's degrees, obviously in both elements as well, mental health and sports performance. And we're excited that both come from underrepresented populations. So our student athletes have resonated and connected very well with them. Next slide, please. From a human resources and staffing standpoint, there's a lot of work to be done. I think those that are living and breathing athletics every day in this room understand that the national certification for athletic trainers has changed. It used to be that you could be a certified athletic trainer with an undergraduate degree, and now you've got to have a master's degree. And so we have probably the last cycle of certified graduate assistants that are overseeing sports. At Wichita State, we have 3 of those. And in the next 2 fiscal years, 25 and 26, we will transition those into full-time employees. So really important there. We do not currently have a dedicated individual for nutrition and dietetics within athletics. We have relied on a relationship with our campus dining partner that certainly has been helpful in providing programming and education. But we intend in the next fiscal year to hire an individual focused solely on that nutrition piece. So I think that's really important. We are in the process right now of completely reorganizing really our sports medicine, what we're calling Shocker Health and Performance Unit, to create some synergies and a real system within that unit. We are establishing an associate AD or senior associate AD for health and performance this fall. We will be advertising that position very soon. This will be the designated healthcare administrator with no other responsibilities other than direct supervision and guidance for Shocker Health and Performance. We have always relied on an individual that has day-to-day athletic training responsibilities, and obviously we're changing that piece. So that will be very, very helpful for us as we're moving forward. That Shocker Health and Performance includes obviously sports performance, mental health, sports science, nutrition, and then obviously the sports medicine piece as well. Okay. And then we will establish a specific athletic trainer position for baseball as a result of that. So there'll be some additional folks on our staff as we continue to work through that. Next slide, please. We've conducted a deep dive into the policies and procedures, obviously, and set up a system for annual review and education of those. Several of the, I won't read it word for word here, but several of the procedures here, whether it's illness, heat stroke, collapse, exertional collapse, asthma, some of those elements have really needed to be updated for us or created for us. As my colleague from the University of Kansas mentioned earlier, we all have them. It's the discipline to get them out every single year, to make sure that they're updated, to make sure that Ascension Via Christi approves those, and that we socialize those with all of our constituents. So obviously we set up a process to do that. And our team physicians obviously will be involved in that. Next slide, please. So how do we adapt and adopt new policies and procedures and standard practices? This really wasn't clearly defined for us upon my arrival. How do we continue to evolve our services? So we've developed a model with Ascension Via Christi, with our team docs, and for the health and performance team to investigate, review, vet, seek approval for, adopt, and implement new standard practices, whether that's alternative treatment methods, cupping, soft tissue manipulation, all of these elements of detailed care for our student athletes. We want to make sure that we've got a model, a funnel, if you will, where all that is properly vetted and done the right way before we make it a part of our system. We want to maximize the synergy throughout Shocker Health and Performance. We've established weekly meetings with all of the entities associated with that. We're creating a more formalized framework in which student athlete anonymous data, whether that's sports science data, whether it's daily readiness surveys, how all that's digested and turned into operational and actionable detailed information for our Shocker Health and Performance team. We do, similar to the colleagues that presented earlier, we do sport program support meetings. So we actually, it's an optimum performance team that's sports specific for head coaches, assistant coaches, The academic counselor for that particular sport will be in there, the athletic trainer, mental health, and we will talk about maybe unique cases within the team to make sure we're providing focused and direct attention to student athletes in a more direct way. And as I mentioned before, we conduct daily readiness surveys that evaluate mental health, rest, nutrition, stress, all of those elements, and that's all accumulated data, and it trends for us so that we can understand if an individual might be scoring different outside of their norm, and then that opens up an opportunity for us to have questions and great conversation with our student athletes. Next slide, please. We have, as an outcome that was identified, we need to get a little bit better in terms of our electronic medical record system. We currently have a system called Sportswear, and it's fine. But it doesn't necessarily do what we need it to do. And so that relationship ends in February. We'll be identifying a new system for that. We can go with Cerner OneChart's system that is a part of Ascension Via Christi, and that certainly would create some synergies with them. But we'll open it up for an RFP and make sure that our EMR system is where it needs to be. Next slide. We have a unique technology, and I'm pretty sure University of Kansas and Kansas State does as well. It's been new to our university. It's called DARI Motion. I won't get into the details of DARI Motion, but it's basically a proactive assessment for strength and flexibility and prehab, and it's being used on our campus in a lot of different angles. And the model for our student athletes obviously is to help us identify where we might be short from a flexibility and strength perspective, and then modify our strength and conditioning and athletic training program to address that. As you all may know, the NCAA Transformation Committee has also required institutions to cover sport-related injuries and health insurance for 2 years post-eligibility. And so all of our student athletes will go through basically exit physicals so that we have a baseline understanding of where they are when they leave our institution, so that we understand what our coverage obligations are from that perspective. So it's a really important technology, and obviously we'll continue to use it. It's newer for us than it is for our peers in the state. Next slide. From a nutrition standpoint, we're going to establish, as I mentioned, personnel in that nutrition area. We'd like to get to a full-time person next fiscal year. And certainly we will prepare our program well ahead of that. We have nutrition distribution spots in most locker rooms and team spaces. We spend a little over $100,000 a year on nutrition, which is going to be far less than our peers, but we will need to invest in that as well. We want to get to a weekly training table and start to increase the quantity of that as well. And obviously it'll take some resources for us to do so. So next step for us is dedicated personnel that will serve in that critical role. And they will also be on the Shocker Health and Performance team. Okay, next slide. From a facilities perspective, USCA recommended that we address equipment budget consistency in our facilities in terms of modalities and some of the available equipment. So we will work to do that. We have a project that we are currently fundraising for in Old Cessna Stadium that we anticipate will be a state-of-the-art athletic training room. It will also be a space, a suite for a lot of our Shocker Health and Performance team to be office together, so that collaboration, coordination be very good. So from a facility perspective, certainly we will get there in the coming years. And then we've got to supplement some areas in our budget. So we are doing a deep dive audit and a dashboard with our athletic training rooms all over campus to make sure we understand what is it that we're missing from a modality perspective or equipment or resources, and make that consistent across the board. And so I won't go into great detail with that unless there are other questions, but again, assessing the needs there. Next slide. I think the key to any successful programming and improvement obviously is going to be the continuity and sustainability of what we're talking about. So from a policy and procedure education, our EAPs are both incident and venue specific. Again, and we'll set up an annual rhythm for us to review and communicate and train on those. Our Shocker Health and Performance team is in the process of developing a strategic plan because it is somewhat of a new unit. We've been a little bit siloed in that, and so we'll develop some synergy there. We're formalizing education, development, delivery. We do an annual review of our EAPs. We're developing some curriculum for enhanced healthcare programming, whether that's mental health, performance, behavioral services, and nutrition as well. And so we feel like we're headed in the right direction there. CPR and AED training. We are doing that for every member of our staff. We've got about 100 full-time coaches and administrators in our department, so obviously a little bit smaller. I just finished mine last week. It was about 2 to 3 hours online, and then an in-person skills assessment. So we will make sure that we get those done as well. Next slide. I just really appreciate the opportunity. We certainly have some areas that we've summarized that we need to get better. I think there's some areas that we're doing well in terms of the resources that we have as well. So we serve 250 student athletes, 50% are first generation college students. So when you connect that to their academic success, our department's doing some phenomenal things with some young people. And so I thought I would just share with you a very brief 20-second video of our student athletes doing what they love to do. There's no finish line on this developmental pathway for us. We will continue to pursue excellence in all those areas. And we're in a competitive growth industry, so we understand we're going to need to invest at a different level, particularly in this area, and appreciate USCA giving us some guidance and Dr. Jagger for his continued leadership and guidance over the many, many days and weeks ahead. So this is just a quick highlight of our 15 sports and our student athletes. We got a lot of great things going on. So I'm happy to address any questions or concerns that you have specifically related to USCA and where Wichita State University is.
Thank you, Kevin. Any questions for Kevin? Or comments?
Evan. Sean.
Yeah, go ahead.
This may be something you'd have an opinion about yet, but you mentioned stress in athletes. Do you have any opinion about whether the name, image, and likeness program is increasing or decreasing stress in athletes?
I think it's increasing stress in everybody, athletes, administrators, and
Especially-
coaches. No, I think, again, it was 25 years ago, I was a student athlete, and I think through our student athlete journey right now, they deal with many things that are not a part of the historical student athlete journey, whether that's name, image, likeness. Sports wagering has become a huge issue in our industry. I found it very sobering. We had a speaker come in that spent time with each one of our teams individually and then also as a department. And many of our young people are contacted through social media from folks that have sports wagering interests. And that's a dynamic that is new in this space. So I think NIL is not going anywhere, whether we like it or not. So we've got to figure out how to be competitive in the space and how to retain and develop young people in a really positive way. The bottom line is it's being used as a recruiting tool. And obviously we've got to stay above that. And I think the greatest challenge that is contributing to the stress of student athletes in the NIL space is there's no transparency in that. And there's no black and white agreements in that space. And so they're being told a number of things from different institutions. And at times, young people are being led astray. And what actually occurs on campus when they get there is not what they were told it was going to occur. We're not going to do that at Wichita State. We're going to continue to operate within our core values and be honest and transparent. So yes, the long answer is what I just gave you. And the short answer is yes, it does add to the stress.
Thank you, Kevin. Any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to say I'm very impressed with the report, in-depth report, and it's really good to see the academic interest in their health and well-being, and also see the results on their academic results. So
I appreciate that. And that also creates stress as we do things that have never been done before. Our student athletes feel an obligation to keep outperforming. So we've got to obviously make sure that the network's in place to support them. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. The teams from KU, K-State, Wichita State, thank you for the in-depth look, taking this issue as seriously as we are. And that was insightful. And Blake, will you make sure that the board gets all 3 presentations emailed to us? I'm gonna take that as a yes. All right, I think this is, I saw the thumbs up.
Nodded.
Okay. All right, it's 2:30. I know everybody drinks a lot of liquid at lunch, so I'm gonna give you a break here a little over an hour in, and then we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. So we'll see you back here at 2:40. We'll gavel in. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna start calling people back to their seats. It's coming up on 2:40 on my watch. So let's gather in. I see the gavel. I can do it with the old knuckles too. So come on back together, everybody. We'll get started. Thank you, Cindy. Sometimes it's hardest just to get the regents back to their seats, I think.
Dr. Lang gavelled us in, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, thank you. All right. I'll tell you, it's it makes you a little insecure seeing your head so big on the screen. And I know from that room, I'm coming at you guys from all sides. So you can't.
John, I
get away
don't
from
know
me
how to
with
tell you this, but your head doesn't look any bigger than it ever does.
that. I believe it, Carl. People were saying I was getting too big. My head was too big. All right, let's pick up where
For
we're
everybody
at.
else listening, that's our wonderful relationship. Nothing bad intended.
That's all right. I'll crawl in the fetal position later and cry when we're on our next break. All right, let's get to the Kansas Workforce Outlook. We have Donna Ginther and Roy Roberts here to present. Go ahead, Donna. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I am waiting for the slides to fire up. Please feel free to interrupt during the presentation if you have any questions, because I'm going to be presenting a lot of data. And if you have questions about the data, please jump in and ask. This report was commissioned by the Board of Regents. We started talking about it about a year ago, and then we finally started working on it this summer. And this is a collaborative effort with people at the Institute for Policy and Social Research on my staff. I direct the Institute, and Daria Milikina, Pat Osland, and Carlos Zambrati contributed to this report. All right, and I am pushing the button, and the button is not moving. There we go. All right. So I'm going to give you an overview. We're looking at the supply and demand for people with credentials in the state of Kansas. And we evaluate the demand for occupations with degree requirements in the states. And we look at in and out migration from the state. And we compare salaries of workers with degrees in Kansas and surrounding states after adjusting those salaries for differences in the price index. And the conclusions we have from the report: first, Kansas needs to produce an additional 34,000 degrees over the next decade to meet projected demand. The 34,000, it factors in people who leave the state. So the easiest way to meet that demand is keep people here. We have relatively low net migration. And one of the reasons why people migrate, I suspect, is that salaries tend to be lower for many degrees in Kansas than in surrounding states. All right, next slide, please. All right, so we're going to look at labor demand and degree supply. Next slide. So we did two different methods for figuring out projections of demand. First, we used the Bureau of Labor Statistics projections that are produced every decade. And then we used Lightcast, which used to be Burning Glass, and they produce degree projections or demand projections for the next decade. Degree requirements are based on the number of occupations, the types of occupations projected in the future. And so we then look at those occupations and line up the degree requirements and add them all up. And then we look at retention using data from the Board of Regents. Next slide. This looks at the 10-year change from 2020 to 2030. Kansas will add 54,000 jobs that require a degree. 67% of those are bachelor's degree with about 7,500 in post-secondary non-degrees. These are certificates. 3,500 doctorates, 3,100 master's degrees, 3,000 associates, and 1,000 with some college. If you go to the next slide, you can see a pie chart with a breakdown. 2/3 are bachelor's degrees, followed by those credentials, 14% with certificates and credentials. Next slide. If you dig into the BLS projections, the BLS and Lightcast differ in two ways. First, the BLS uses a different set of data for their projections. And second, the Lightcast data forecasts are updated more frequently. So you see in the bachelor's degree, there's a 10% increase according to the BLS. And for those post-secondary non-degree awards, it's about a 7% increase in certificates. And demand for master's degrees will increase about 14%. If you go to the next slide, we look at the Lightcast data. You see both the level and the percentage are higher in Lightcast. Again, this is two different data sets and a more recent forecast from Lightcast. Lightcast is expecting 15% increase in bachelor's degrees and the same increase in master's degrees. Next slide, please. No, we did not count those. Right, putting on my labor economist hat, given the increase in technology, artificial intelligence, robots, most jobs are going to require some credential. The days of jobs for high school graduates are going away.
I would have suspected that, but I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Professional.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're having technology that's going to, complement skill. And we've been having that trend in the workforce since the 1980s. So people are going to require training above and beyond a high school degree. Here, Georgetown Center for Education in the Workforce also provides projections. We took a look at those and they were kind of an outlier relative to what we found using the BLS and Lightcast. And we have more confidence in the Lightcast and BLS projections, which is why we're going with them here. Next slide. We were looking at regional degree requirements. So Kansas is a bit in the middle. Surrounding states will add 1.6 million jobs led by Texas and then Missouri and Colorado. So we're somewhere in the middle in terms of job growth at around 11%. But Texas is going to keep growing. And Iowa, interestingly enough, is growing at a faster rate than Kansas. Colorado, of course, would grow faster as well. Next slide. One of the issues that we're facing in the state is an aging workforce. And so we looked at the expected number of exits over the next 10 years. About 180,000 people with degrees or credentials will leave the workforce entirely. This includes people who exit and retire, and those who leave the state as well. Next slide. Our retention, and this is all Board of Regents institutions, our retention goes down over time. Those with associate's degrees and short-term certificates are more likely to stay. The higher the degree, the more likely people are to leave. Kansas retains fewer than half of bachelor's degree recipients 9 years after degree. So this is an opportunity, this is a challenge and an opportunity. If we can keep these people, we'll meet that 34,000 number. Next slide. So this shows using the Board of Regents data. Board of Regents data is matched to the Kansas Department of Labor data and the Missouri Department of Labor data to see how many people are staying in Kansas. And you can see at the bottom, these are the number of people who graduated in 2021 or are still in Kansas by 2030. As you go over time, that number gets smaller. Each year, Kansas is expected to produce about 37,000 graduates, and about 200,000 new graduates will stay in the state over the next decade. Next slide. So between 2020 and 2030, Kansas will add about 54,000 jobs that require some sort of credential. Another 180,000 jobs, people with those credentials will leave the labor force, leaving a total of 234,000 jobs that need to be filled over the next 10 years. And there's going to be a production and retention of about 200,000. So that's the 34,000 over the next decade. Next slide. Let's talk about retention and migration. So we export our graduates to Texas and Colorado. These are retention of graduates by degree field. The top line is teachers. These are people with education degree. We lose about 10% of people by the 9th year since getting the degree. People with education are the most likely to stay. The dark line in the middle is all fields. Peoples with engineering degrees are significantly more likely to leave. Next slide. And this is from Lightcast. This shows graduates from Kansas institutions where they locate. The bigger the circle, the more likely they are to be located there. So we have a significant circle in Colorado, in Dallas, in Chicago, and St. Louis. But the majority of our graduates are based in Wichita and the Kansas City metro area. Next slide. So this is a very hard to read. So you'll have the numbers in front of you. In and out migration falls as people get older. So right after they graduate is a time when people are searching and relocating. Out migration rates are highest for adults ages 20 to 35 with a bachelor's degree or higher. Net domestic migration is small in Kansas between 2017 and 2021. I will also point out that the 2020 census undercounted the Kansas population. So we have about a 3% undercount according to the Census Bureau in the state. So these net migration numbers are probably not as precise as we'd like them to be. Kansas loses highly educated young people to other states, but we also attract highly educated young people. So there are opportunities to keep our graduates and to recruit some people to the state. And what we've found by looking at the data is that as jobs grow, so does population. So having more jobs, the investments we've made in advanced manufacturing in the state will help keep people in the state. Next slide.
It's not just every job, it's the high paid jobs that
It's the high paid jobs. And at the end, we'll talk about pay. All right. So again, another slide with too many numbers. Overall, Kansas out and in migration are nearly the same for this demographic group, age 20 to 35. We export the largest share of young, highly educated adults, but Kansas import workers in the group, and there's a lot of crossing the state line in the Kansas City metro. So from a regional economic perspective, I think of the Kansas City metro as part of Kansas because it's all part of one regional economy, although we do have a state line there. Texas and Colorado have high net in-migration rates for highly educated adults. And one of the reasons why is because they pay better. Next slide, please. So we export people to the Kansas City area in Missouri. Texas attracts 2,000 young Kansas with bachelor's degree each year. The remainder of Missouri, California, Colorado, and Oklahoma also attract a large number of people. And there is a small net outflow of this group. So we're not losing a lot, maybe 800 people in this 5-year time span, but every person counts.
Hey, Dr.
Especially-
Kessler,
Yeah.
I may interrupt real quick. So we have different universities that are recruiting more out of Texas now. Has our Texas undergraduate and graduate population increased, and so that would increase people moving back to where they were from after they graduate? Is there any correlation there, you think?
I'm sure there's a correlation there. KU attracts a lot of people from Chicago and then they go back home to Chicago, right? So we have done a study for KU where we show that we retain a large number of KU graduates in the state.
Yeah. Thank you.
People want to live here if they can find a good job. And that's the bottom line. Next slide, please. For in-migration to the state, again, from the Missouri side in Kansas City, we attract people from Nebraska, Iowa, and Minnesota as well. So the net migration story for our people with bachelor's or above, I think, is a story of earnings, and we'll turn to that next. The situation is that Kansas pays relatively low wages. So if you go to the next slide, we use the occupational employment wage statistics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which gives you a salary in every state. And then we recognize that it costs more to live in Texas and Colorado than it does to live in Kansas, costs about the same to live in Missouri. We adjust those salaries by state by this price index. And then we aggregate occupations by field of studies. So like engineers and nurses. So we look at the degree, we match the degrees to those occupations and look at the wages. So next slide. This tells you how we did the price indices adjustment. So basically we take the Kansas price index and create a Kansas-based price index to compare all salaries with. So a person earning $113,000 in Texas is equivalent to earning $104,000 in Kansas, given the difference in the price level. Next slide. So we looked at business-related occupations. Kansas has the second lowest business salaries. Business workers earn $10,000 less after adjusting for differences in the price level in Kansas than they do in Colorado. Next slide. Education salaries are somewhere in the middle of the pack. We are better than Missouri and Oklahoma, a little worse than Nebraska and Iowa. Next slide. Humanities and arts, we have lower salaries relative to most of our surrounding states. Significantly lower than Colorado and Texas. Next slide. Here's one that really cuts because engineers build things and make things. We have the lowest engineering salaries in all of our surrounding areas. An engineer in Kansas earns $15,000 less after adjusting for the price level than an engineer in Texas. And our industries in the state rely on engineers. All right, next slide. Life sciences, similar story. Kansas life scientist earns $10,000 less a year, less than a life scientist in Texas. Life science, we have the animal health corridor that stretches from Columbia, Missouri to Manhattan, Kansas. We need those life scientists for NBAF. Again, competitive salaries. Next slide. Math and computer science. Computer science and cybersecurity are growth potential for the state of Kansas. The gap between Kansas and Colorado is $20,000 a year for computer scientists, right? My husband's a computer scientist. He telecommutes to a group that's based in Seattle, right? So there's opportunities because of our low cost of living to have remote workers. I realize that not everybody can be a remote worker, but if people are making a good salary in the state, they can do well. It's an opportunity. Next slide. Physical science, we're in the middle of the pack, but the gap between Kansas and Colorado is $15,000, and that's not even comparing to Oklahoma. Next slide. Social scientists, there is no data for Oklahoma. Social scientists aren't paid. The gap isn't as large as we see in computer science or engineering. Next slide. We dove into specific fields of engineering. Low numbers, Kansas is at the top with the lowest salaries for electrical, industrial, and mechanical engineers, about a $15,000 to $20,000 gap. If people are complaining about finding, I'm a labor economist. I believe that prices adjust to clear markets. If people feel there's a labor shortage, pay wages, pay higher wages, the market will clear. Next slide.
Did we run this data across DEI, women, men, minority engineers?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
We are just using BLS. We could do that. We'd have to dive into the microdata to do those calculations. We'd have to use a different data series. Environmental, civil, and electronics engineers are paid a bit better in the state, but still relatively low, especially compared to Colorado and Texas, where we're sending our engineers. Next slide. Teachers in the state, especially at the elementary level, are paid fairly well relative to other states. You go to the next slide. Our middle school teachers are paid the best, but our high school teachers are paid somewhere in the middle, and they kind of average out, making Kansas have an average teacher salary compared to surrounding states. Next slide. Nurses. We have a shortage of nurses. Our nursing salaries and our nurse practitioner salaries are lower than surrounding states. So this is an issue. Next slide. And then we looked at business occupations. Accountants and auditors make about $10,000 less a year. Information security analysis, you're looking at a 30,000 gap between Kansas and Iowa. The Iowa number seems rather high, and I don't know what, that data may be wonky. Even compared to Colorado, though, and Texas, you're still looking at about a $15,000 gap. Human resource managers, again, make less, especially compared to Texas and Colorado, where we're sending people. So I think we have economic migrants in the state where we produce a lot of degrees, and they go to states where they can make more. Next slide. So based on our demand projections, Kansas will need about 34,000 more credentials in the state in the next decade. Just an aside, I don't typically do forecasts because you're always wrong when you do a forecast. This number is a ballpark number. So yeah, I would say 25 to 40 would be the range you should be thinking about. We export our trained workers to Colorado, Texas, and Missouri. The Missouri is border hopping, which you're not going to change, right? But compared to surrounding states, Kansas pays low salaries, which affects retention and migration. If you go to the next slide, I got to put on like, if I were a policymaker, what would I do? So how can you meet that approximately 3,400 degrees per year? So work with the Kansas legislature and KSDE to improve college readiness for K through 12 students, to maintain the affordability of K-4 institutions. The demographics of our K through 12 population are changing in a way so that kids who typically do not go to college, there are more of them in the K through 12 system. So keeping college affordable is critically important, and making sure that the K through 12 institutions prepare the students to be college ready is also critically important. So that should be first and foremost. I think we should let employers know, and I'm on October 19th, you're all invited to the University of Kansas Economic Policy Conference. It's about the future of the workforce. We're having lunch and then a policymaker roundtable after lunch to discuss these issues. But as part of opening up the conference, I'm going to share some of these results about the fact that Kansas pays low wages, right? And, if businesses want the best and brightest, you have to pay for it. Loan forgiveness programs I think there's a student debt crisis in this country. My nephew went 5 years to the University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, over $100,000 in debt, did not get a degree. I mean, tragic. He now has this incredible student loan burden, I mean, the student loan burdens cause people to delay marriage, delay childbirth, delay homeownership. So if you can think of ways to provide student loan forgiveness for graduates in fields of high needs, you've already done it with promise programs for the last dollar for selected community college degrees. And another thing I would say is that I've been working with Will Duncan. We have a study that shows that there is no community college penalty in the state of Kansas, that our community college students transfer and are successful when they matriculate at a four-year institution. And this is a finding that's new to the economics literature. So we, as a state, are at the forefront of having community colleges be affordable and helping people attain a four-year bachelor's degree. So we should be proud of that. But we've done a lot in the community college space of making those first 2 years affordable, doing something about loan forgiveness for those fields at the four-year institution, I think would also be very attractive as well. I'm happy to, again, I want to say, I'm so thrilled that you'll be joining us for the Kansas Economic Policy Conference on October 19th. And look forward to hosting you in Lawrence, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Ginther. I'll open with a question. What, when you're talking about the 34,000 jobs were short or employees were short 4 jobs, what kind of economic expansion did you forecast into that? I may have missed that. Is that 2% annual growth, 1% flat?
We were looking more at population growth. Those projections are not based on per se on economic growth. They're based on population growth and the demographics of the labor force. And, you know, they just ended up applying a forecast of how much the economy is going to grow, probably 2.5% per year over the decade. And then they use that to say there's going to be this increase in demand based on former projections. So there's a lot of assumptions that go into these forecasts, which is why I typically don't do forecasts. So.
All right, questions or comments?
Hi there. Great information. You mentioned the remote work, and it seems like particularly since the pandemic, I don't have hard data on this, but I would imagine that state of Kansas as a whole has increased the number of remote workers. Have you seen our numbers improve over the last couple of years as a result of remote workers moving to Kansas? Because typically they're higher educated and the wages are a little better than say a standalone business.
We have not looked at those numbers in particular, but we can. I actually have 2 students who are looking at remote work in the whole country. And I do think it's an opportunity. I know that Tulsa, there's a foundation in Tulsa that will pay you $10,000 to relocate and do remote work in Tulsa, right? So Oklahoma is really thinking about these issues. I mean, one of the barriers to relocating to the state is broadband access, right? You have great broadband access in the cities, and you get outside of the city in Douglas County, you don't have broadband access, right? The same is true in Shawnee County. If we're going to have a remote workforce, we need to have the broadband to support it.
So can you tell from your data if the remote workers retain the differential in salary though for other states? I'd suspect not.
So we could go to the Lightcast data and answer that question. So if you're, I know people who have taken remote jobs. You have to pay the prevailing wage in the national market to attract workers, right?
Yes.
So it's an open question. We could definitely take a look and see if there's a remote work penalty, because the Lightcast data has job postings and it has the wage rate and it has whether or not it's remote or not. So you should be able to break out the wage.
I'm not suggesting we want to give you a homework assignment, but I do think occasionally there are folks that think the idea that all our people are going to make the high wages you make in high cost cities and stay in Kansas remotely. I think there's, to your point about supply demand, I think there's potential downside there.
I think that's also true. And I think there's, firms really want their workers to come back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which may be a challenge for some of the states.
Yeah.
For other reasons.
Now that Colorado is the #1 remote work state. Yeah.
If I could put your economist hat on, in why have the market forces not corrected the salary differentials?
We've had low growth in the state, right? So our state has had, we have not been growing rapidly. Our population is aging. And I don't think, I think there's a little hysteresis going on where people have their jobs, they're paid their wage, they don't want to move, right? In fact, one of the biggest questions that we have as economists is that population mobility is plummeted, right? People are not moving across state lines to take jobs, which disadvantages Kansas because we have slow population growth. So economists haven't figured out why people aren't moving, but in the 1980s, right, there was this huge, when we had the 1982 recession, all these people in the Great Lakes area moved down to Texas and Georgia and moved south. And we don't see that kind of mobility as the economy changes anymore. And that's an open question.
And were you looking at on that mobility the last year?
The data we were using was the 5-year American Community Survey. So it's 5 years of data, and we have to use the 5-year American Community Survey because Kansas is a rural state, and getting accurate numbers of population is kind of hard because they don't sample us as well as they should at the Census Bureau.
Dr. Ginther, thank you so much for your report. You're probably the only economist that I can listen to and actually understand. So, great. That distinguished professor tag that you've earned is evident. My question is, you mentioned affordability. How do we think about, maybe it's the median salary or Kansas wages and tuition and fee increases, and where is that tipping point? Are we there? How should we consider that?
It is, so I'm going to give you a complicated answer. All right. And this goes back to my time as an undergrad in the 1980s, right? There is a trade-off for how much a state can spend, right? States have to balance their budget. They have to meet the Medicaid. They have the Medicaid obligation. They have obligations to prisons. And it turns out that higher education, they have K through 12, right? Turns out that higher education is discretionary, right? And so you've seen over time that the state overall support for higher education has decreased. Now, we're not as bad as some states. We're not as good as others, right? So the overall state contribution to higher education has fallen. And that is made up one of two ways. It's made up through tuition increases or, which students have to pay, or other sorts of financing. And so what you see is that there's a market for higher education tuition. And, there's a cap at how much we can raise tuition before we're no longer competitive with other institutions. So paying for higher education with loans, because there's a high return is how we've moved forward in this country. But we have shifted that burden too much to the individual student. And then you get students like my poor nephew, right? We need to think very carefully about how we fund higher education. And, the state needs to think about the contribution and the benefit of having an educated workforce. 34,000 people, if they're earning a bachelor's degree and they're earning a bachelor's degree wage, if we keep 34,000 more people working in the state, that has a huge economic benefit, right? It's in the state's interest to support higher education to promote economic growth.
Dr. Ginter, I have a quick question about your comment earlier that I agree that high school degrees are not going to suffice for what we are looking at. But is four-year degree and other degree college certificates are the answer for it? Or is it something different in between? Because most of our graduation rates show that 30 to 40% of the students are falling off from the graduation, not completing graduation, at least in the 4 years. Like your nephew, they're accumulating debt and not able to get to it. So these jobs that we are referring to, engineering jobs, in technology, I know that technology is shying away from absolutely mandating four-year degree. Would there be any solution in between that we can consider and think about?
That is an open question, right? So we don't track certificates, right? So if I want to look at the return to schooling, I can go to the American Community Survey and I can estimate the impact of a bachelor's degree on your earnings, right? In the past decade, there's been a proliferation of certificates. The K-Board data has some information on certificates, and we could go to that data and look at the economic return to a certificate program. My colleagues at Kansas State University did an audit study where they sent resumes to employers with and without a certificate in business. They found no effect of that certificate on a callback rate. So I think that is a question that we should investigate to see if there are opportunities in between the bachelor's and the high school degree that provide a good economic return. What we've seen in the past is that an associate's degree, it increases the level, but not the growth rate of your wages. So the nice thing about a bachelor's degree is that over time, as you gain more experience in the labor market, you earn an increasing return to that degree up until you're around my age, and then you flatten out, right? But those, credentials like HVAC and those things, they increase your wages. The skilled technical trades increase your wages, but the growth profile in your wages isn't there, isn't what you see in a bachelor's degree. And I have to admit, I'm a professor. I believe in a bachelor's degree.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, I believe that what you get in a bachelor's degree that you don't get in a certificate program is you get a skill set that allows you to continuously learn and improve.
Yes.
And I think that the technical and certificate programs, they teach you very specific skills that prepare you for the market, but may not, it remains an open question how they will earn a return over time.
Some of these states also combine them with apprenticeships.
Right.
That makes a huge difference.
Right.
But I agree with, four-year degree programs, they serve a market, and that's going to be a huge demand. Retention and completion is the challenge.
Can I also say, we are entering a building boom in this country, right? The skilled trade, there's going to be huge demand for skilled trades in the next 10 to 20 years because of the Inflation Reduction Act, because of the Chips in America Act, the Panasonic plant, the CHIPS plant in Burlington, all of the renewable energy construction that will be happening in the state in the next decade. We need people who can build things. And those are not four-year degrees. I mean, that's for the engineers, but we need people who can build the wind farms, build the solar farms, build these new and work in these new manufacturing plants because the manufacturing is being reshored. That's a skilled technical workforce that KBOR creates through its tech ed and community college sector. So the future for the state will be in advanced manufacturing with the additional need of engineers and human resources and all of that skilled labor force to help manage those new projects. So sorry to interrupt.
Donna, thank you. Great job. I've got a question about that example you used of a student from Chicago who travels down and enrolls, let's say, at Kansas State University. And you imagine that student finishes a degree in 4 years. Is that student costing for that 4-year period? Is that student costing us money for being here and being in our universities and driving on our roads?
That student is paying more to be here typically. So they're paying a differential tuition. And that person is contributing to economic development, economic activity in the city. Say they went to K-State in Manhattan, right? They're spending money in Manhattan and contributing to the local economy. So I think the net benefit of having them here is greater than the net cost that we're paying.
Well, thank you. I actually, as a lawyer, I'm supposed not to ask questions I don't know the answer to, and I didn't know the answer to that one for sure. But we continue to hear about the brain drain problem, and certainly we need to aspire to figuring out a way to keeping our students here, whether they're native Kansans or coming from Chicago, et cetera, et cetera. But I think we lose sight of the fact that even if we have that student for only 4 years, that student is contributing to the gross state product.
Right.
And we are making revenue from that student. So we sell a lot of people wheat. We sell a lot of folks cattle, beef.
Mhm.
We also sell education, and we do all three of those things at a net plus to the state of Kansas. Is that a true statement?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a benefit to the communities, especially with the institutions.
So I think we need to not be shy about pointing out, even if we don't keep those students, we want to, but even when we don't, we've added to the state revenue, net revenue with those students. So selling our education is a good thing. Thank you.
I would also think the net migration number that you showed probably would be surprising to a lot of the people that say what you just described. That we're actually, I mean, of course we want to retain more. I'm not saying that's not the case, but that we're actually close to breaking even might be surprising to some.
In that bachelor's degree level, we are.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I think here we are just agreeing with ourselves.
Yeah.
So, but I think that we need not to be shy about the fact that if we import a student for 4 years and they leave, gosh, too bad. We need to work on figuring out how to keep them here. But it's still a positive thing. Our educational institutions have attracted students who, while here, are contributing in a positive way economically.
Yes. And they may send their kids here too.
So I've got a question. I do know we import about twice as many students from other high schools outside the state as leave. So that's positive. On the slide that talked about the 10-year change in jobs requiring a degree.
Mhm.
So the skilled trades must be classified in an area that would say doesn't require a degree then.
No, that's the post-secondary certificate level.
Okay, so I totaled just quickly the bachelor's degrees, masters, and doctorates. So
Mhm.
at least a bachelor's degree, and it's 80% of the jobs.
Yeah.
So we have an acceleration then in terms of skill level.
Right. Well, and it's happening nationwide. In the next decade, we're going to have a huge shock to the labor market. Artificial intelligence, generative AI, it's not quite ready for prime time, but it's already taken away jobs from lawyers. Like I had a neighbor who was an entrepreneur who did electronic discovery, and the jobs for attorneys have been falling for about a decade. So AI is going to accelerate that. The good news is that we're in the echo of the baby bust. So we're having fewer graduates being produced. So there's going to be a lot of job destruction and job reordering in the next decade.
So I guess my follow-up is and Regent Winter will want to have a moment of silence for the attorneys. Yeah, but so I guess we hear a message, and I believe this too, but not everyone needs a baccalaureate degree. Not everyone needs a baccalaureate degree. Let's not program everybody towards a baccalaureate degree. But the fact of the matter is, the data says
You need
there'll be
that.
a lot of people that need a baccalaureate degree.
Well, so I always tell my undergrads, I'm like, you really want to earn high wages? You need a master's degree or more. I mean, to really have the high wages. Maybe not so much in engineering, but my econ students, I say, yeah, if you really want to earn high amount of money, you need to think about a master's degree. Because there is such a high return to skill and high demand for skill.
All right. Any other comments or questions for our special guest, Dr. Ginther?
Thank you. It was very, very interesting and helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for all the hard work you're doing and leading the Institute for Policy and Social Research. And thanks for helping us be better at what we do. So thanks, Dr. Ginther.
You're most welcome, and I look forward to hosting you on October 19th. Thank you.
So the agenda setters are gonna have us go into that? Okay, all right, excellent.
All right, we're into introductions and reports. I know that there's some introductions out there. I'll start with Dr. Ship, President Ship.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have, you all have your Gorilla game sheet in front of you. So you get a look at our leadership group for this year. There's a couple folks that are here with us today I'd like to call your attention to. We have our Faculty Senate President, Rebecca Book. Professor Book is with us. She is a professor and coordinator for the Plastics Engineering Technology program at PSU. So we're proud to have her represent our faculty. And we have Ms. Tatum Ehring. Tatum, you're here. Wave to everyone. Yes, she's part of our superstar group that works in university affairs with the exemplary Jamie Dalton. Jamie, you can wave as well. And then we have two amazing student leaders with us today. So I'd like to introduce you to Jabin Parnell. So Jabin, good wave to the group that's here today. And I'm gonna give you a little bio for Jabin. We cut this down from 5 pages. So Jabin, this will just be a second. Jabin is a senior transfer student in vocal music education at Pitt State. Jabin grew up in Carthage, Missouri, and resides there when school is not in session. He's part of our inflow to the state, by the way. In his free time, he enjoys singing with friends in their band, longboarding, and the occasional games of golf and tennis. Student government was not always part of Jabin's college experience. For a while, it wasn't even on his radar. After joining toward the end of his freshman year, he fell in love with student government and has been part of it ever since. Jabin's priority is to really make sure all voices are heard from undergraduate to graduate students, and has recently helped to create the Graduate Advisory Council. He's very excited for the school year and is working very hard to do everything to better Pitt State and higher education in Kansas as a whole. So Jabin, big shoes to fill, but you're gonna do it. So thank you. And I'd also like to say that we have Miss Hannah Eckstein with us as well. Hannah, please wave. This is a treat. You surprised me. I didn't know she was gonna be here today. But I just want to say that, for my first year, this is one of the students that really stepped forward into leadership on campus. Hannah is a pre-med student. She is going to change the world in many different ways. And just about any opportunity, she's one of our presidential fellows. If there's something that needs doing on campus, her hand is always the first one up. So I love our student leadership this year, and I love our executive team. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, President Ship. I know President Mason also has an introduction.
Thank you, Regent Rolfe. I am pleased to introduce our 2023 Staff Senate President, Nicole Frank. Nicole. Nicole is a Fort Hays State University alumna and the Faculty Development Coordinator in our Teaching, Innovation, and Learning Technologies unit. She's also the on-campus advisor for Alpha Gamma Delta sorority and a doctoral candidate at Baker University. Nicole is a data-driven leader whose commitment to continuous improvement for staff members is always present, and she's very passionate about that work, and we're grateful for that. You also have our list in front of you. In the June meeting, I did introduce two people who I want to reintroduce since we've had a change in the board. Our Faculty Senate President, Dr. Elodie Jones is here, as well as our Student Government President, Ella Burrows.
Great. Any other introductions? President Linton, good to have you with us.
Well, it's good to be with you all today. Thank you, Regent Rolfe and the rest of the Board of Regents. I have just two quick introductions. I think, as you know, Kansas State is the lead institution this year, and we will be reporting out in just a couple of minutes, so you'll get to actually hear from these two individuals very soon. But Don Van Bergen is the president of the Faculty Senate, and he comes to us from our Salina campus. So Don, if you're there, stand and give a wave.
He did.
I'm assuming he's there, and I'm assuming he's waving. And also Caleb Stout is our student body president, and he is an ag econ major. Just wanted to welcome them both to the meeting today, and you'll see a lot of them over the next year. Thank you.
Rolfe, you're muted.
Regent Rolfe, I've got a couple of introductions.
Go for it, Chancellor. Yep.
If allowed, great. Yeah, I'd love to introduce our student body leadership for this year and ask Turner Seals to stand if you would, who's our student body president for this year. Hails from right here in Topeka, Kansas, is a double major in finance and environmental studies. Has served as chair for the Student Environmental Advisory Board. He's been an executive member of our Memorial Corporation Board that runs the student union, and has been a university senator in our student senate. He's also, if you might want to get to know this young man, he's also an investment analyst in the Jayhawk Capital Management, which is a student-run investment fund. He also has passion for recycling, started a recycling program within the KU Greek system, and that really led to his appointment as a sustainability chair at the Beta Theta Pi House. So great to have Turner with us as our student body president. And we have a delight. We have our vice president with us today as well, Danae Estabine, who hails from Olathe and is, are you standing? There you go. And is a junior with psychology and philosophy majors on the pre-law track. So Regent Winter, she's going to fill your shoes as filling there. She's been involved with our
Anybody in the university.
I'm not touching that one. She's been involved with student senate since a freshman, and last year served as the government relations director, and actually spent quite a bit of time in Topeka last year. So delighted to have this incredible leadership team. It's going to be a great year for us.
Thank you, Chancellor. Anybody else?
So welcome to everybody that got introduced.
All right. We'll move into the chair's report, and I'll just keep going with the student government folks. I got a chance to address the student advisory council, and just appreciate their dedication to the cause. They got together over Labor Day weekend in Manhattan to start planning for the year and working together. I know President Flanders was able to be there in person, but real excited about that as a former student government person myself. It's funny, I was thinking about the recurring dream I have that I end up back at college at my age and I have to run again for student body president as a 44-year-old. It's a challenging dream, I'll tell you. Anyway, they're a great group of leaders, and really I think we can expect just consistent feedback and participation from them like we had last year. And then I just want to thank everybody for a lot of notes of concern and encouragement. As you guys know, President Linton and I both got cancer diagnoses about in the same 30-day window. We're both relying on great treatment from the folks at KU Med, and appreciate that, and have only received the just wonderful care there. It certainly highlights the importance of having a regional cancer center as we're both being kept alive by the great doctors there. I know we'd both love to be with you in person, but Dr. Gerard said you guys were all a bunch of sickos and we should make sure we keep our distance while we're going through cancer treatment. He didn't quite say it like that, but that's what I heard. Anyway, what's funny is I can't hear if you guys laugh or not. I can just see if your back's jerking. That's all I can get. That's all I can
The
get.
laughter is about the same as your jokes.
Yeah. It's par for the course. Thank you, Carl. Anyway, no, but on a serious note, you never hope to hear the C word mentioned. But I know as President Linton and I have talked a lot, drawn strength from each other going through this. It just means a lot to have such robust care nearby and to have been able to participate on the educational side of everything that happens at that great center. So I want to thank everybody personally for what your encouragement's meant to me.
I would like, John, if I may, I would like to interject there. I didn't want to say anything until you did. But both of you, you're in our hearts, our prayers all the time. And it's also wonderful that you're making sure you keep doing what you do and spending time with us and, showing courage and your leadership shining through all of this. So, we'll be with you the whole way and let us know how we can help. And we care about both of you a great deal.
Well, thank you, Regent Ice.
Everybody's applauding.
I can see that. Silent applauding. So Regent Linton or President Linton, I saw you jump on. Do you want to say something?
No, I'm just saying, I've been laughing at your jokes really hard over the last couple of minutes. No, I would say the same thing. I have really appreciated the support and all the well wishes that have been sent to me from so many people associated with KBOR and these great institutions that we work with. And the folks at KU, they're absolutely spectacular. And I'm greatly appreciative and rooting like heck for KU over the next 4 months. But that stops on a Saturday before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'll just, as I wrap up my comments too, and President Linton and I have had a similar experience to this. When you go through cancer diagnosis and your treatment plan and all that, you do take an assessment of your life and the work that you're doing. And I would tell you, in that quiet moment and in those times, I think we've both been reminded of how wonderful the work that we get to do inside of higher education in the state of Kansas is, and how just blessed we feel to be working alongside all of you and doing this important work together. It's life changing for many people, and we just both feel privileged to be doing this. So yeah, it makes me feel even more committed to this work that's ahead of us. So thank you all very much. Now I'm going to pass it over to President Flanders for the report from President CEO.
All right. Thank you, Chair Rolfe. Chair Rolfe did mention that I also had an opportunity to meet with our student government leaders. And when I got there, Chair Rolfe was zooming in and I was giving a presentation. He kind of like stole almost all of my content that I was going to do, or much of it. And not that it was stolen, it was, but he was first to market. So we did a little bit, but we mostly had a question answer session. And we've got this is going to be a real dynamic group of student leaders. We spent maybe 45 minutes just going back and forth with questions, and they were very interested in affordability and how we could continue the pathway actually that we've been on in terms of affordable education, keeping tuition rates reasonable for students. I saved my introduction for my report. I'd like to introduce Michelle Ariano, who's our Director of Student Financial Aid, our new director, and she comes to us from KU's Office of Study Abroad. So the Jayhawks giveth and the Jayhawks sometimes take away, which is more than I can say for some universities. They're just takers. But so did that come out loud? Yeah. Okay, so no, I will tell you this, every time we have someone that continues to be in our system and working for higher ed, it's a fantastic thing and I mean that seriously. I also wanted to mention one thing that's a big deal to us here at the board office, and certainly something that's, I think, a real big deal for our system. And that is that Sue Gross Didier was recognized as the National 2023 GED Administrator of the Year. And I think that deserves a round of applause. I wish everyone had the opportunity. I went to a GED graduation that was actually done by the University of Kansas Health System. And you're not going to see a more emotional experience and just a wonderful ceremony than a GED graduation. I hope you all get a chance. Sue's online there. Good to see you, Sue. Hope you all get a chance to meet Sue, and you can just tell immediately how much she cares for students, how much she meets students exactly where they are and makes sure that they meet their goals through all the really good programs that we have, mainly at our community and technical college. So Sue, thank you for everything you do. That concludes my report.
Congratulations, Sue. We appreciate you. #1 in the country. That's great. All right, we're going to move to our report from the Council of Faculty Senate Presidents. And as President Linton said, K-State is our university on point this year. And so I'd like to recognize Dr. Von Bergen up to the podium and give him his time. Thank you, Don, or Dr. Von Bergen.
Thank you, Chairman Rolfe, and good afternoon, board members and Chairman Rolfe. It is good to be here again. My name is Don, last name Von Bergen. I'm representing not only Kansas State University, but as you know, all the Regents University. And I'm very excited to serve in this capacity this year. Just a little bit of background for some of you, since I am a new face in the group. I've been with K-State for 22 years now. Many of those years I served as a department head in a interdisciplinary department. I've also served as a graduate program director and a full-time faculty member. As you know, my group of 8, including myself, of Faculty Senate presidents, we're all new to this. So we are though off to a good start. Last week, we already had a meeting together. I was very excited that all presidents were in attendance at that meeting. They were all enthusiastic and they want to get to work. We are also encouraging this year our president-elects or vice presidents, as the case may be, to be active observers. By that, we want them to participate when they can, to attend meetings as their workload allows, because they will then be in a better position to serve next year as acting presidents. Next year's chair of the Council of Faculty Senate Presidents will be Professor Norman Phillip from Pittsburgh State University, and he has already joined us and is active. I wanted to recognize him briefly. Thank you, Norman. And so we are trying to hit the ground running, and we think we have done that. Overall, if we were to choose a theme as Faculty Senate presidents in being active this year, it would be one of shared governance. By that, I mean, we are working on and thinking of ways that we can be an asset to the board. We want to be proactive in suggesting courses of action and sharing ideas that will actually help elevate education in the state of Kansas. We hope to, as individual presidents, we at our respective institutions, We hope to make stronger, build stronger work relationships with our senior administration. And in doing so, hopefully that will strengthen our connections with the Board of Regents. In short, we want to be contributors to this group, to these meetings, to provide solutions to the challenges that we face rather than come to the meetings and be complainers and point blame. So we want to be in the solution business, not the complaining business. One specific thing, and I'll end with this, is on the Board of Regents website, there is a paragraph or two regarding the Faculty of the Year Award. And let me read just a phrase from that. The board will, on an annual basis, present an award to one tenured and one non-tenured but tenured track faculty member at each state educational institution and the University of Kansas Medical Center. We're excited about that. We as individual presidents have some criteria to write for our individual institutions. We want to get after that. So this award indeed can be recognized, because we all agreed as faculty senate presidents, our thousands and thousands of faculty members collectively, many of them go unnoticed. There's not enough awards to go to everybody. So we commend the board for establishing this award. We look forward to engaging in that process this year. Thank you very much.
Thank
I don't
you.
know if y'all have questions or not.
Any questions or comments?
I'd make a comment. You said you wanted to get off to a good start. In my mind, you're off to a good start. You're here in person.
That's right. So and I have encouraged that, and the other presidents have embraced that, and as best they can, they will be here. We have over 50% of the faculty senate presidents with us today. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Van Bergen. Appreciate you being in the solution business. That's what we try and do. And we appreciate the working relationship we have with all of you. So, all right, let's get President Caleb Stout up, Student Body President, K-State, to talk about the Student Advisory Committee report.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Rolfe, Board of Regents, thanks for having us here. It's an honor to stand in front of you. Not sure, maybe the system needs to be reconsidered if someone like me can end up chairing a committee like this. But anyway, I just want to start with introductions. As President Linton said, my name is Caleb Stout. I'm a senior at Kansas State studying ag economics. And I'm not sure how many of my fellow committee members are still with us, but I want to go ahead and introduce them as well. And so the vice chair from Pittsburgh State is Jabin Parnell. He was introduced, great introduction earlier. Sophia Dawson from Emporia State. Iris Okiri from Wichita State. I know she had to get out of here. Ella Burrows, Fort Hays State. Turner Seals from KU. Antonio Martinez is ex officio from Washburn. And Mark Faber, who was previous chair of the SAC, is back with us as student body president from the KU Medical Center. And so moving into some, round of applause. Thank you. Moving into what might be considered stolen content, I guess. We had a retreat on September 2nd, and we were joined by Vice President from Kansas State, Marshall Stewart, Carla Wiscombe from the here at the Board of Regents, Chairman Rolfe and President Flanders mentioned that they were there. And lastly, I'm not sure if this is an example of a K-Board giveth or a K-State taketh away, but Matt Casey was able to join us too with Jalen Lane and talk about what Kansas Higher Ed Day is going to look like. And overall, the main takeaways, I think, from the student perspective, there was 21 students there, student body presidents, vice presidents, and legislative directors, government affairs people from each university. And the main takeaway from everyone's conversations was just think bigger than just our universities, but to think about the state of Kansas as a whole. to think about the economy of Kansas as a whole and just really sit on that perspective. And great day, great retreat. And it concluded with a football game where President Linton generously invited us to sit in the university lounge and enjoy that. And I can tell you that game was certainly more fun than the one in Columbia last weekend. But after hearing from all those speakers, we moved into what we wanted our goals for an SAC to be for the year, just kind of framing the big picture of what we want that to look like. And we settled on three things that we want to focus on. That's accessibility, engagement, and sustainability. And so accessibility is exactly like what was hit on previously. That's affordability, as well as meeting high school students where they're at, and how can we make college more available to more people, because it's been a great experience for us. We're happy to be here, but we want to make sure more students can get that as well. Engagement, whether that's student development, professional development for students. We're focusing on career readiness, and also engaging just with the communities around our universities. I think that's one thing that everyone on our committee was pretty passionate about. And then lastly, the sustainability. Sustainability in a multifaceted use of the term, whether that be actual sustainability on campuses, cleaning them up, the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, recycle, but also how can we just focus on the big picture sustainability of our institutions and of Kansas higher education. And so I say all of that and just recognize the fact that we don't have tangibles for these yet. And that's something we're going to be working on. But these are areas that we all came together and agreed on. We're areas of student concern that we wanted to really focus on and focus our efforts on throughout the year, whether that be visiting to you guys, working with you guys, but also Kansas Higher Ed Day and all of those. So all of that said, I just want to leave you with, we are excited to work with you all. It's pretty humbling to be standing up here. And so I appreciate the opportunity, and I know all the other members of the committee do as well. And so if there's any way we can be of assistance to any of you all, please don't hesitate to reach out. We're eager to work with you all. And at request of President Linton, I'll leave you with a go Cats. Anyone have any questions?
Any questions for President Stout?
I don't have any questions, but I can already tell you are very deserving of this position. So don't doubt yourself, be proud of it. And I just want to thank you for your time and efforts for this. So
thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Regent Mendoza. Anybody else?
I have a quick question. What, from your president's group, is there anything that Regents can do to help directly for you?
Yeah, I think that's like the tangibles of how we want to implement these moving forward. That's something we're still going to be working on. So I'll put a pin in that and we'll get back to you. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
All right. Well, we love that you're thinking big. I had a mentor once tell me that when people get to the end of their life, they don't usually wish they'd thought smaller in their life. They just will wish they had taken more risk and thought bigger. So keep challenging us on that too. So thank you, President Stout. Thanks for coming up. Thanks to all the student leaders that are there and came to Topeka today. We appreciate it. All right, we have an update on building a future dashboard and concurrent enrollment collaboration from the one and only Regent Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, the one and only Mr. Chair. A brief update, just a reminder, our Pillar 1 dashboard, the foundational metrics are up on the Kansas Regents website. I encourage you to go there and look at the foundational metrics, which are our lagging or our yearly metrics that we're trying to improve and grow. We now are in the phase of working on the support metrics, which you can think about as leading metrics, the things that we will monitor that have to do with our ability to be nimble and act on the data that we see. We've identified the metrics. The data team has been working tirelessly to help us be clear in our definition of what we mean by each of the metrics and to identify what data sets we currently collect and what data we don't. Our thought is that we will move forward with BASC approving the support metrics in perhaps November. And then we will begin working with that dashboard in December, at least on the data sets that we currently have. So we talked about it briefly in BASC today. I asked the provost to be looking for a conversation so we can talk about the most effective way to use the support metrics as we move forward with looking at student success, and want to make sure that the board understands how we can leverage additional resources or support the growth. So it's been great work. Of course, I would like to see it move at a more rapid pace, but I think we're going to get there, and we're going to get there this calendar year. So much appreciative of that. The update on the concurrent enrollment, you really heard in our conversation with the state board. I look forward to hearing from you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, what support the task force can provide as you meet with the state board and we start to craft that joint state policy on Diploma Plus, offering dual and concurrent in all of our Kansas high schools. So those are my updates. Thank you for the opportunity.
And Regent Lane, while you have the comm, why don't you go right on into it? Academic affairs.
Okay, I'd be glad to. So academic affairs, we had a virtual meeting on September 5th. The focus of that meeting was to review and pass on for your consideration Pittsburgh State's Doctor of Nursing Practice. It's on our agenda today for approval. And we also approved and forwarded and will be forwarding to you performance funding reports from several of our institutions, including community and tech colleges. Today, we had that brief update on the dashboard in Basque. We spent the majority of our time speaking about our program review process. Let me pause and thank the CEOs for all the conversations that you had around this definition of mission critical. It was one of those things that I thought might help us with program review, but it did not provide the clarity. So we're setting that need to define what's mission critical aside, and we're beginning to implement the program review process. As a reminder, that starts with our academic program review, where we'll be looking at all programs and examining through the lens of student demand, degree production, talent pipeline, and return on investment. So look for more information to come in the near future on that. We had a great discussion, I thought, this morning. Dr. Archer also outlined 7 major projects that academic affairs staff and the institutions are working on. He actually put them in a Gantt chart for us so we can think about the overlap and the demand. Just to highlight those, that includes math pathways, our system-wide course placement standards, reverse transfer program review, of course, our gen ed system-wide transfer course implementation, nursing program alignment, and adult learning grant. So there's a lot of work before us as we begin this year. He also had us do a look back on our experience with the National Institute of Student Success. We wanted to remind everyone where that work started and the rationale for it. And moving forward, the provost suggested, and we thought a great idea, that they continue to give us regular updates on where the campuses are in implementing their student success strategies. So full day, great meeting. We also had 3 of our students present, and they actually contributed in the meeting in a very informative way. And so thankful to them for their participation. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Regent Lane. Were you guys pleased with the progress we're making on the playbooks?
Yes, very much so. And it will connect directly to our support metrics. So it'll be fun to see those outcomes improve and grow.
Great. Any other questions for Dr. Lane? Regent Lane?
I would add, as a participant of the meeting, at least a couple of provosts commented on the importance of the funding that's in the legislative recommendations for this year.
Thank you, Regent Ice. Any other questions or comments for Basque? All right, let's kick it to Regent Benson, Fiscal Affairs and Audit.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'll say that over the last year, I've really appreciated how eloquently Regent Ice would deliver the committee reports in this setting, and just the wording that he would use. Now I see the secret to the sauce. It was written by Elaine Frisbee. So hopefully I can deliver it as well as Regent Ice has done over the last year. Sorry to blow your cover there. The committee conducted its first agenda. Yeah, probably come later tonight. Yeah. The committee conducted its first agenda call of the year on September 5th and met again this morning. As we begin our work for the new academic year, we approved the work plan, which includes standing updates of the system progress on the board's capital renewal initiative. Vice President Frisbee reviewed those sections of the board policies relevant to the work of our committee, which relates primarily to the state university's finances and facilities. The committee next reviewed those items on this month's board agenda related to fiscal affairs. We reviewed Wichita State's budget for property tax revenues and the capital projects noted in the consent agenda, and Emporia State's capital project, which is on today's discussion agenda. The committee approved all of those agenda items. There was also discussion of the state distributions that will be for us tomorrow for the community and technical colleges for the Excel and CTE, AOK, and GED accelerator programs. Then obviously spent most of this morning's meeting reviewing the board's unified appropriation request and the state budget process. We discussed each of the items identified in the agenda materials and asked questions of the state university's CFOs on their campus-specific request. And I just want to say thank you to the institutions. Each one of those requests does tie back to the strategic plan that the board established. And I think it's really important for those that may be watching this conversation play out. None of the items just came out of thin air. They all can attach to one of those pillars. Not surprisingly, there are more needs than there are resources. So I think heard strong from the committee that we ran out of time before we really had the prioritization dialogue this morning, but it'll be important that we think about which of the priorities best advances that strategic plan in a fiscally responsible way, and that with all of our items, that we really look to the institutions to help us deem what the ROI is on each one of those and how we determine that so that we can be accountable and as everybody in this room. So good conversation, Mr. Chairman, and it sets us up well for the following discussion related to the budget.
All right, thank you, Regent Benson. Any questions, Blake? All right, let's go into governance. Governance Committee met this morning and addressed several items on its agenda. The committee adopted its agenda topics and schedule for the year, received and discussed the Regents' conflict of interest disclosures for this year, considered a proposed amendment to the board policy to implement the state's Fairness in Women's Sports Act, and approved an amendment of the state wage interchange system agreement. It's a mouthful. The committee's recommendations regarding Regent conflict of interest disclosures will be taken up on today's agenda. The proposed policy amendment will be on the board's November agenda. All right, any questions for me in governance? All right, I'd like for us to approve the consent agenda and then we'll take another break. So you guys have the consent agenda. It's been discussed in committees. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I hear a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, then moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, we got through consent. We'll pick up on discussion when we come back. It's 4:03. We'll get back together at 4:15. 4:15. Thanks. Hear you, hear you. It's 4:15, my friends. Let's find our seats. Let's find our seats. If you gotta grab that gavel again, you go ahead. All right. Okay, it is we're picking up here on section 7, the consideration of discussion agenda. Before we get into our board goals, I want to make one suggestion. I'd love to, and check during the break with President Flanders, who checked with Daniel Archer, if we could move receive the results of the FAFSA Challenge Awards to tomorrow on the agenda. So I'd like to propose that we move section 7, item B to tomorrow and make it, we'll get through that under section 9, number 3. Well, I guess it wouldn't go under tech, but put it under section 9. Are we okay with that? That'll be the last thing before executive session. Do I have a second to do that?
So before you do that, do you want to move any more? Do you want to move the conflicts perhaps?
Yeah, I'm great doing that too. So we'll move the governance agenda, the board conflict of interest disclosures. We'll move that also after the FAFSA awards. Okay. So there's a motion to move those 2 items to tomorrow's agenda. Is there a second?
I will second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, we'll pick up FAFSA and conflicts of interest. For those interested, tomorrow morning during our meeting prior to going into executive session. So I'll make sure I circle those. I'm gonna try, I know we're scheduled to be here till 5:15. I'm gonna try and have us done by 5:30 for the day. So that's what I'm gonna be gearing us towards as I chair this. So let's start with our board goals that we discussed at our retreat. President Flanders, you want to lay out any feedback that you've gotten or heard from any regents or presidents going into this conversation?
Yes, we discussed the board goals during the System Council of Presidents, had a great discussion there. And also talked about that we, in addition to the presidents, we did have some feedback from the academic officers. And so we talked about that in the System Council of Presidents. I do want to ask if President Ruda or President Linton would have any feedback regarding those goals at this time. I'd ask them to provide that. I thought we did have a good discussion this morning.
Yeah, I sensed generalized support for the direction that the board is going into, and I didn't see anything otherwise.
Did President Ruda have any comments? There he is.
It's on his way to the podium.
Thank you.
No, I would concur with Dr. Linton. I don't think there were any any concerns. It was a good conversation that transpired there, so nothing to bring further.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
All right, Regent Lane, did you have anything you wanted us to look at or amend or anything? I know we'd have
Yes, thank
conversation.
you. Thank
Yeah.
you, Mr. Chair. We asked the provost to provide us some feedback on the goals, since much of this, many of our goals impact the work that they lead. I would have us, as I look at their feedback, I would have us be sure that we're real clear on what we mean in our language as we develop these goals. An example of that might be under the first goal, we talk about let me get my other notes. We talk about common entrance requirements. So there was a question about what does that mean? I would add what population are we targeting there? We need to be clear on. And then another example would be under goal 5. There was some wonderings about the level of involvement that the board might have in identifying certificates. So the question really was, are we going to be involved in identifying certificates, or is our intention just to elevate certificates as important? I would say it's the latter, but those are the kinds of questions that the provost brought forward, just clarifying, making sure that we have common definitions of what we mean here.
Yeah, I got a chance to read through their suggestions also, and I appreciate it was well thought out. Good spirit to that, and that's why we want to collaborate. Do you have any recommended changes from that, or were we able to provide clarity where needed?
I don't have any articulated at this point. I didn't know if you were going to have us go through each one, if that's the place to strengthen that, or if we could ask President Flanders just to be more explicit with some of the language we've chosen here.
Yeah, I think that if the board approves these goals, and we need to, as an example, common entrance requirements in the first goal, as we think about those are in the context of early college programs. And so as we think about that, those would be really common requirements for generally courses that require some entrance requirements, such as our college algebra, our English composition 1. Those courses have actually went through the board's transfer process with faculty. Those courses are uniform across the system. And so we know that for clarity, for the high schools, we need to have common entrance requirements into those courses. That's not the same as acceptance into a professional program at a university. And so if you'd give me some editor's license, if you want to approve these globally, and we need to make a few small tweaks, I think that would be better just to empower me to do that, as opposed to all of us turning into editors during the meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to that. It seems like clarification was really the issue, which we just provided. But I'm open if there's tweaks that need to be made. Regional Land, your earlier question, I wasn't planning to go through each of them individually, but we can if that's what's requested. This looked like it reflected our conversation. I went back and reviewed that and so.
Right, I'm not suggesting that we do that. On the second goal that has to do with the nursing articulation, we had a discussion in Bass today about and asked the provost to provide feedback on how we might identify additional programs that we want to do program to program transfer, and really look at getting 60 hours to graduate once a student transfers. So there's some work that Basque might do under this, but I don't necessarily think that level needs to be a board goal, just an awareness that Basque is in conversation about it.
That's great. And that would be reflective of what we talked about at the retreat. We originally had business on there also. We know we can't boil the ocean, but we all want to move with more speed around this. So if there's paths or collaborations that we can and other ones we can tackle in addition, that'd be great. But we know for sure we want to get nursing done this year. So. It's great. Any other questions or comments or suggestions on what we should change on our board goals for the year? We all still feel good about it? All right. Do I have a motion to approve these goals? Don't all speak at once.
I approve, Nilima.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
All right, first seconded. Any further discussion before we approve these as our goals?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, to those that brought the motion, are we approving and giving license to President Flanders to refine the language? Just a question.
For the 2 points.
That's your intention. Thank you.
Yes, that's right.
And that's a friendly Blake or Regent Benson to your second?
Correct, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Regent Lane, for that clarification. Anybody else have questions or comments before we vote? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. All right, we've got some board goals, everybody. That's great. Okay, switching back to the agenda here. The fun part of the meeting now, I would like to set an expectation that we approach this like we did last year. I think we need to have a really robust conversation today, but I would expect this conversation will also roll over to tomorrow. This is a big conversation and really important. So I just want to lay that out. And Elaine, before you go, so we'll wait to add it to the agenda as we see how this goes. We can pick it up where it is. But I just want to point out, when this gets out there, our ask that's just under $600 million. This is all a point in time and a part of our process. So anybody who's following along at home, you're getting to see how the sausage is made in this deal. And these are all really good ideas. We believe in the work that we're doing, but I believe, and I want to challenge this group to make sure that we go through and refine this. I think what we were doing in this process was we asked for everything that we might be able to tackle this year and we might need to have funding for. And now it's time to refine that list before we turn it over to the budget office on October 1st. So I just want you to have that in mind. Because we take something off doesn't mean that it was a bad idea. We asked everybody to be thoughtful and to give us everything, and now it's time for us to prioritize before passing it on. So I'll pass it over now to Elaine Frisbee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to be clear, Regent Ice, as Chairman of Fiscal, would feel free to embellish the information that I was providing him for fiscal affair reports.
And what I meant when I was muttering wasn't I didn't have a rebuttal because you hadn't written the rebuttal for me.
I did not know that was coming, actually. So the information we're all referencing now starts on page 90 of the board agenda material. The tables that you see starting on pages 92 going across to 97 reflect ideas bubbling up from across the system. And I do want to just make a brief reference to the current year. We are now in fiscal year 2024, and we do have some things to tackle with regard to the current year with the 2024 legislature. We do need a technical correction for our employee pay plan, and we need some funding restored that was already appropriated, but then rescinded related to the ARPA funding for the biomedical campus project. Both items, I'm told, have been committed to by legislative leadership early in the session. The other item is somewhat technical. It relates to our Title II WIOA adult education program. As the federal government has increased our WIOA funding for adult ed, we need to increase our state match by $110,000. So we are seeking approval to request the $110,000 for the current year. For the coming year then, the 2025 budget enhancements. We talked about this briefly at the budget workshop earlier in August. The Division of Budget provided us in July with our budget allocation for 2025. And it is that as our base assumption of what we are able to put in the budget system in our request to the governor's office and to the legislature as to what we can ask for. Anything above that base then becomes what is called an enhancement. And the items in the tables are those incremental adjustments that would be added to our base allocation. And we had a discussion this morning in fiscal affairs about the context of our roughly $1 billion state general fund appropriations that we have for the entirety of the system. The state universities, of course, receive their own state funding separate from our office, but a lot of the funding does flow through our office for aid to the coordinated institutions, for student financial aid that our new director will assist with administering, and our own agency operations. The table that it does start on 92 is organized generally by sector. So we started with those items that would benefit the entirety of our system. Things like our nursing initiative request, improving our college going rate, our concurrent enrollment, Diploma Plus pilot program, a student affordability item to give more students opportunity for open textbook materials, as well as some support to start thinking about an infrastructure to help counselors be reimbursed for their expenses to participate in FAFSA completion events. Then we've got the items that reflect requests coming from our public universities. We were very deliberate in consolidating Washburn University in with the state universities. So the items that you see here are for the entirety of our public university system. Need-based aid, cybersecurity, utility and contract costs as a reflection of inflation, our capital renewal initiative and our demolition initiative. We have a research proposal from the institutions and a regional stabilization proposal as well. 2 items from the regional institutions as well. And then we have our list of all the items from each of these state universities as state agencies in their own standing. And then we also have items from Washburn as well as our own office. And I'm almost thinking I need to add something to our $418,000 request for academic affairs to assist with this program to program articulation. But as it stands now, our request would be for $418,000 for staff to meet the board's agenda, your strategic agenda, but also to administer some things that the legislature has assigned to our agency to administer. We are also hoping to also participate in the state employee salary market adjustments. It's going to be the result of some research done by the Department of Administration on our behalf. For the 2-year sector, it's organized slightly differently, trying to give you the full array of the options because some of these items are referenced by not only the technical colleges, the community colleges, but also by the post-secondary tech ed authority. So I thought it would be easier for you to see the array of options or the array of requests by topic rather than the sector. And you can see there starting in the middle of page 95, how those are reflected. Would be happy to answer questions. And also there are a few items rolling over onto page 97.
All right, questions specifically for Elaine? I'm sure we'll have some. And Elaine, as we go through and amend this, can you keep a running tally going for us on the total ask?
I can make an attempt at that.
Yeah, we'll see how fast we do.
Okay.
And again, I don't expect us to have this resolved here by the end of today, but I do expect us to have challenge ourselves to think critically on this and can come back tomorrow. So let me start. Hey, President Flanders, I know some people have contacted you already, been willing to remove some, but we've been having a lot of individual just conversations asking people to be prepared to tighten up on this, universities and 2 years and regents and their priorities and all that. So what have we found so far that's ready to come off or shrink? President Flanders?
Yeah, so I got some feedback and we've had quite a bit of discussion. I think that if I say something that's inaccurate, I hope that, and I have full confidence that the presidents will jump in here. I think from our, I'll start with the 2-year sector. I think from our meetings that we had earlier, there is a desire to certainly fully fund the tiered and non-tiered funding and also Senate Bill 155. There seemed to be that technical colleges want a priority on the, I believe it's 10.5 million for support to their institutions, and the community colleges wanted a priority on the capital outlay funding, where we added additional institutions to that act. And then also the 14.3 apprenticeship dollars. I think those were the items that I heard were the top priority, and I'm getting some nods. So that the other items could be either in a lower tier priority or perhaps something that we would consider for the next year.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could add, and if obviously, if there's a community college representative, if I do misspeak, then please correct me. But I believe on the IT cybersecurity request, it is labeled as $13 million. I believe they received 6.5 last year. I think the expectation in the request is not for an additional 6.5, but 6.5 in general. So they got 6.5 last year, they would get 6.5 this year. So rather than 13, that would actually be reduced to 6.5.
Elena, that all makes sense. You able to keep track of all that?
Yes.
Okay.
So I may have misspoke. You might have been asking for the other Blake. I'm sure you were. So
No. Either Blake. You guys are both dynamos.
I missed the question. What was it?
President Flanders, what about, I know Emporia State contacted us too.
yes, so yeah, I can give feedback there. I think with Emporia State's feedback, they had some concerns on the size at the time of the item for research facilities and faculty. I think that item has been significantly scaled down. There's even been some discussion about, is this the right year for this, or perhaps we put that off for one more year. And Emporia State also, on their own request, suggested that they could perhaps for the next year, maybe not this year, forego the ESU model funding, which was $3 million for year 2.
All righty. Well, let's, anything else?
Can I clarify what Blake Regent Benson said? So on page 96, under the community colleges and 2-year technical, the IT security, cybersecurity, at 6.5, 13, $1.4 million. Those are requests from 3 different things. That total box would be $6.5 million.
No, the community, second line down where it says community colleges, $13 million, that would be 6.5. I don't see anybody rushing the podium. Did I? Well, now they are. Did I misspeak, Heather? And if I did, I apologize.
Jim's not here, but our intention is for all the community and technical colleges, we got 6.5 last year. We would just need 6.5 next year. So it's not whatever 6 points or whatever the tech colleges have, it would be 6.5 for that whole box one time. So not 6.5 for the TEA, 6.5 community colleges, it's the same 6.5.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought, but that,
right.
Okay. Okay. That's what I thought.
Okay. Any other questions on what was just communicated, President Flanders? Any other ones to add to that before we start getting into this?
I don't have any that I can recall offhand.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let the regents, we could go through this item by item, but I'm gonna start by the ones that you want to bring up. Now, I'll reiterate what I said earlier. Because we bring up something to reduce, to axe and save for another year, doesn't mean it was a bad idea. We got to prioritize. We have too many good ideas right now. Okay, so let's get comfortable shrinking or cutting or whatever we have to do to get this back to a more reasonable request. So are there any that you all want to start with, or do you want me to start calling them out? And whoever's working the camera to help if I can see the board on the screen. There we go.
Regent Rolfe, under the items, I could give an alternative to some of the items that came through our office, if that's helpful.
Well, go for it. Let's go.
Just as an alternative thought, some of the items that are coming through our office will not, the expenditures, it takes a while to scale and hire people anyway. And we have the College Navigator program for 2.5 million and change. We could really reduce that in half, but just in terms of scaling to 1.2 that the board, 1.253, 200, if the board might want to consider that. And the same could be said with the nursing initiative as we begin to scale, instead of an 8.2 million request, we could back that off to 4 million.
Did you, in a previous conversation, you mentioned that maybe concurrent enrollment diploma plus pilot program, you guys had rejiggered some numbers, that might be able to be 9 million? also?
Yeah, we could, because Commissioner Watson has indicated that they could help support the students that are on free and reduced lunch with some funding that they have, and our quick estimation, and again, it's always an estimate, but would be that instead of 11 million, it would be 9 million, closer to 9 million.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a question on that nursing initiative. A lot of nursing money proposed in this ask. I know this is coming from a committee that we formed that came back and gave us feedback, and we essentially passed along straight to the ask what they requested. I think I heard in fiscal affairs that this particular fund has been sitting at, I can't remember what it was, Elaine, 1.6 million for the last 10 years or so. Is that right?
Yes,
It
So
was actually established in 2006, I believe.
17 years.
yeah, so 17 years, it's sat at the same. I wonder if even for the sake of discussion, we ought to scale that back to a 4-year roll up and take that back to 2 million instead of 4. As part of that, I don't know if that moves fast, quickly enough for them or not. But I think a double in 1 year is usually about all someone can eat. Does that sound good, Dr. Flanders, President Flanders?
Yeah, I think that would be something that generally, if you scale up too fast, we'll just have unspent dollars at the end as people are trying to look for ways. We also, it was easier at one time for those expenditures because we actually had waiting lists on every program. And so you just kind of opened the door and you could get more people in. The pandemic was not kind to advertising nursing positions. And so we don't have as many people that are desiring to become nurses, and we probably need to do some promotion and that kind of thing. So 2 million, I think, is reasonable.
Okay, and then on the navigators, so it's what we heard from the 2-year sector. I believe they're dropping navigators off of their ask. It is in our board goals. I just want to make sure we feel good about keeping that at the 1.2 million. We feel good about keeping that on. Has anybody got issues with that staying on while we're talking about it? You guys gotta get used to talking today, so. All right, I'm gonna take that as a yes. So, and I don't hear anybody fighting for that to stay at the 2.5 million, and then we're gonna accept that the concurrent enrollment pilot program is at 9. I do think we need to think of that as not a recurring funding, but that would be a starter, and then we'd need to figure out recurring funding post that as starter as fine how we propose that ask.
Yeah, I think we have to be really clear that that's a startup, a one-time kind of thing, as you said.
All right, so I've got 2 million.
And that's actually for what it's worth, it's not even really a reduction. Like we're not doing something. We've sharpened our pencils and we think the number's 9, not 11. So.
Just a reminder, that number did not come from detailed science. It was an educated guess, and that 11 million actually started tied to 40% of our free and reduced lunch students being eligible. So we're removing the economic piece here, but I just want the board to know that there was not real solid math around that amount. It was a startup fund.
Thank you, regionally. Okay.
So is 9 the correct number then?
We're gonna put 9 in. That's our working number right now, Regent Dicus. I'm gonna put those ones down. And I'm using a green pen instead of a red pen today, everybody, just so you know. But, all right. So we have taken the nursing initiative down to 2 million. We've taken, and all these are just placeholders, navigators down to 1.253, 200,000, and we've taken concurrent enrollment diploma plus pilot to 9. What else do you guys think we ought to be considering here? Yes, Region Winter.
Well, first of all, just a general comment, and for those of us who had to sit through the fiscal, got to sit through the fiscal got to sit through Fiscal affairs, pardon me for repeating, but I want to call attention to the fact that the $570 million request is more than 50%, it's more than 50% increase. And I think that what is important for us to do is to, for the first time in a number of years, set some priorities, difficult as that is. I think that if we were to go across the street with a $570 million request, that most, if not all of that request would be dismissed. So by having such a large request, the risk is that the folks across the street don't find the items which are really important and critical as far as we're concerned, and they dismiss all of it, and they end up putting it back together the way they want. Not to suggest that they'll be wrong, but I think this discussion, Chair, is very important for us as regents to engage in. And I think we haven't done that in the past. My foggy experience from 30 years ago in the legislature suggests that the more specific and reasonable and practical that we become, the more powerful our advocacy. On the other hand, if we were to walk across with this 570 number, anything close to it, we really blunt and hurt our current and future advocacy. So I think that all of us are big advocates of public education and the financing that comes with it. And I hope no one misunderstands the task that we have here as giving up on advocacy. That said, I would suggest that we reconsider the $150 million item for research. And in my mind, that item is probably, as a practical matter, most beneficial to our 3 research universities and not to the regionals. And I think that the 18 million is sort of the regional special component, similar to the 150. So I would toss out for consideration that we eliminate both of those two at the bottom of page 92, the new research proposal at 150 and the stabilization at 18 million. Yeah, the other possibility is that we acknowledge that we do need to start advancing on our funding for research. Perhaps we start a 5-year program of 10 million a year. So we reach 50 million and we somehow share that with the regionals. So that's a starting point for suggestion about how we pare that down. And by the way, well, got the floor, I might say that I think that it's really important for us to prioritize for those items that are really the things that are going to move the needle for us. Critical for us is need-based aid. That's very, very important as we fight to stabilize and grow enrollment. Second item, I think, is the student success item, critical for us. I think there's an asterisk on that one, as if it doesn't work, we probably stop after 3 or 4 years, we probably stop funding it. If it does work, it's going to become self-funding. And I think it's important that we identify these items that are in this ask that are one-time, recurring. For example, the $75 million for the Cancer Center, very important, but it's one-time funding and it's a lot easier to get that funding. So anyway, I'll stop there.
All right. Thank you, Regent Winter. I'm going to break those apart. So what you finished with, we'll come back to as far as looking at those that are under public university system-wide options. At the top of that, I'll separate that conversation. Let's talk about the research proposal and the regional stabilization. I'm going to start with research proposal. Is there any comments from anybody that wants to argue? Now, obviously, a great idea. We believe in it. We had kind of a smaller ask that was around a similar thing last year. So we do believe in this, but I'm wondering, since it wasn't on our original ask, it came up with a retreat and got added on. Is this something that we feel okay cutting completely, or is there an advocate that wants to fight for it to stay in the S? And that can be, yeah, go ahead, Chancellor.
Yeah, we've had some really good conversations over the last 24, 48 hours around this. And this really did come out of the conversation actually at the retreat. We just didn't have it baked at that point in time, if you recall. And in the conversations that we've had, I think we all acknowledge that number one, you couldn't spend all that in 1 year if you tried, because involves hiring people, and that maybe we would be more successful in going to the legislature with something similar to the engineering initiative, with maybe $10 million a year for 10 years or something like that. And maybe even doing that through a legislative, not just an appropriative approach like we did with engineering. And so I think that would have a higher degree of success and probably, quite honestly, be more manageable as well. So I would make a proposal for that. And I think President Mooma and Linton would agree with me on that.
So I'll just make sure I'm repeating back. So it would not show up on this ask. It would be more on our unified legislative. So we'd attack it through or target it through legislation versus appropriations. This is an appropriations ask, I think. That'd be correct. Am I hearing that right?
I might need some help to answer that question.
Since I'm the one who kicked off this notion of getting rid of the whole thing, I like the idea of identifying to the legislature that we have great potential in increasing research in our institutions. So I like the idea of starting with a $10 million appropriation for these items with the goal of doing that, continuing that for at least 10 years. So that's my suggestion as to how we handle that item.
Regent Lane?
Thank you very much. And I appreciate Chancellor Gerard framing that in that way. And I may be able to get behind that, but I'm looking for us to get solid on the kinds of things that support Pillar 1 before we move in that direction. So it will be hard for me to say yes to any proposal on the research until I know what we're doing for needs-based aid and the other things that are directly impacting our students. I just wanted to put that out in the room.
Okay, thanks, Regent Lane. President Flanders, do you have a perspective on the question I asked about if we did approach it similar to the engineering initiative, that's more legislative versus appropriations? Does it need to show up on this list?
Yeah, if you're going to ask for funding in year one, I think it needs to be on the list. If it's something that we're going to plan with the governor and legislature, and then it would be in the following fiscal year, then it doesn't necessarily need to be on the list. And Elaine, would that be?
I think that would be right.
Yeah.
And Chancellor Gerard, is that what you're suggesting?
Sure.
That is what's comfortable to me. I'll just say that, you know, if we need to tighten it down before we take it, or just throw it on the list, but allowing it to come in that way, I think we can tighten it down. Still gives us chances to enter into this conversation, this legislative session, but we may not be ready to ask the people to write a check quite yet. Regent Winter, did you have something to add?
Yes, I was going to make a plea for including $10 million this year. I let the president speak, but I bet you they could find their share of $10 million very easy to spend on existing research. So I personally, having been the one who said let's lop it off, I'll support a $10 million total. The other item I want to bring up, I didn't say, the top 4 items: need-based aid, student success, cybersecurity, and the OOE items, utility costs. I think those 4 items, I have no plan to suggest reducing those. I think those are critical items that if we reduce some of these others, we're able to highlight. So just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Regent Winter. We'll come back to those. I'm going to stay focused on the research initiative right now. Where's the board's temperature at? Again, we're not taking a vote. We're not pushing us forward. Where's your temperature at putting it at 10 million or at 0 and continue our work to refine the process? Do I have any sense from the group here? We're just putting a placeholder. I need to know where we're at.
I'd say let's put 10 in. It's easy, we can come back to that per Regent Lane's comment about let's see where we stand after we get through all the discussion. And then from a personal standpoint, before I said absolutely for sure, I would like to see a little more detail on what we're going to do with it. Because I think that's what hung us up last year. And I don't think we've got a lot, at least I don't understand a lot more detail yet. Now, maybe that's just where I am in the updates.
All right, I'm gonna pencil in or in green pen, put 10 million. Right now, we'll come back to it. We'll look for clarity. You guys can work on that for us before the conversation tomorrow.
Regent Rolfe, if I
Yes.
could just add one thing on that. And if you had not a green pen, but a pencil beside it. The total was 150 million. 50 million was for the faculty. So if we moved the 100 million out and just said, we're going to focus on the faculty piece. If we modeled it after engineering, that would be a 10-year program. So that would actually be 5 million per year.
Okay.
But you could that's just one other alternative.
Okay. I'm gonna placehold 10. We may end up at 5, we may end up at 0, maybe more. We'll see. But we're gonna keep racking through this thing. Thank you for that clarification. Keep jumping in. I'm liking that we're starting to get a little mojo going here. Okay. New regional university stabilization. Region winner suggested 18 million to 0. Regional universities, you guys feel okay with that? Or would you like to offer another suggestion or a pitch to keep it in there? Or any regents? Go ahead, President Ship.
Yeah, thanks for that. I wouldn't confuse the two as one's a bigger ask around research and one is a smaller for regional. These are very different. And we've outlined it in the materials. I don't want to speak for my colleagues at all, but I'll just speak for Pitt State. I don't think there's any more important of an ask that we have as a regional university than to add back in some dollars to really drive workforce and economic growth within our regions. As we all know, as we've looked through the data, I mean, we've been historically impacted by decreasing enrollment. And so for many of the budgets that we would typically use to invest in workforce and economic development, those become further and further strangled and reduce our ability to be effective for our regions. And so I would respectfully disagree in taking that to 0. Maybe there's a way to consider this over 2 years to get to this number that would allow us to really invest in strategies that grow our regions. This is as important of anything, at least from Pitt State's perspective, as any of the requests.
Thank you. President Hush.
Yes, we agree with President Ship. This is about stabilization. Overall supply demand of enrollment is declining nationwide. We've all talked about it statewide. The domino effect down to the regionals, it's no comparison. And this is truly about stabilization and the initiatives that we need. I agree with the potential aspect of a 2-year. Thank you.
All right, so what's on the table right now is 9 million for 2 years. So it'd still be a total of 18, but our ask this year would be 9 and then again 9 next year. And we'd be communicating that out there. Is that correct? Am I hearing you right? Okay.
Just a suggestion, Chair Rolfe.
Yeah, it's great. That's what we're all about. I can't see President Mason, so I don't know if she had anything to add or not, or she's good.
She said she's
good.
She said she's
All right,
good.
she is good. She's always been good, I'll tell you.
She didn't
All right.
have the greatest look on her face in the world, but
Okay,
I would add that does have the beauty of matching the 3 that Emporia State originally had in for the ESU model, for what it's worth, sort of.
9 in total.
Yeah, 9 divided by 3 is 3.
All right, so we comfortable penciling in 9 million, knowing that it's a 2-year ask for 18, but it'd be 9 this year.
Yes.
Correct.
And I'm okay with that.
All right, that's what we're gonna pencil in. Guys, we're making good progress. I appreciate it. All right, let's go back up to the top of that box. Blake, or Elaine, can you clarify what we got last year in each of these categories and what would be an increase over what we got last year?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, what page are you referenced?
I'm sorry, I'm in this box still. So 92,
92.
going to the top of the public university system-wide options. So need-based aid, I think we got 14.1 last year. I think that's what we got last year, right?
We got 21 million for the universities, plus some other programs. Let me pull up our list from last session.
Okay, so how'd we come up with 14.150?
That was a calculation trying to get to a level of state investment in need-based aid that would get us to the regional average on an FTE undergraduate per basis.
Okay,
So that's another thing that could be phased in over 2 years, could be modified in some fashion, but that was our goal, was try to get to the regional average. I think that was the CEO's suggestion at the retreat.
And realistically, it has sort of been a multi-year effort already, because this would be the third shot at that. And first year we came up to the next lowest. So getting to the regional average, I think that has some beauty.
I agree. Does that mean we would not ask for it then the year after? Or is it says recurring?
Yes, it would be a recurring in the base.
Okay,
You would not want to cut off a student from their 4-year program with their financial aid.
but this is an ask that gets entered into the base.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then on, like, when we look at student success, we got 9.5 last year. So why that number's there again?
Yes.
Okay. And then IT cyber was 20 million, 4.6. Okay.
It was in 2023.
Okay.
In 2024, the universities only got 5 million from ARPA.
Okay.
So it's reviving what we got back in 2023.
So that's a 23 number.
Yes.
Okay. And then the utility and contract cost increases, that's a new thing. But on the prior investment, I'm seeing 35 plus 15. So we got 35 last year. And there was that 15 unappropriated. So, but it would have been.
Yes, we received 20 million last year. We received 35 million the first year, 20 million
The 50, yeah,
the
that's
second
right.
year, and that's the delta, the 15.
Okay. And then on the demolition, it was 10 million last year, right?
It's been 10 million, yes, and there's a slight increase there in recognition of the growing complexity of how the universities might need to adapt and renovate current space that they're going to be more using more intensively, and to be able to forego other space. So it
Okay.
isn't just now just tearing down a building. We're into some more complexity.
Okay, we're gonna come at this thing. I'm gonna make a suggestion here that I'm gonna pull out the mandatory utility as a separate conversation. So need-based aid, keep it 14.1. Student success, I think we need to think of that. It can be 9.5, but we need to think about a glide slope down over time. Same with cyber security, same with capital renewal and demolition, that we can ask for what we want, but I think we need to be communicating that we expect to do a little bit every year on a move forward basis than the exact same as the year before. That seems to be what's being communicated. How do you guys feel about holding need-based aid, but then a sliding scale on the others?
I'm sorry, sliding up or sliding down?
Down.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm good with that as well.
I'd like a clarification.
Yes.
So when we're saying sliding down on the deferred maintenance, that doesn't mean from the 50 that's there. That means from what we've gotten previously.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it's just a suggestion.
So it'd be a significant drop from this, which I agree with. I mean, I don't think we had a one-timer, we got 35, we asked for it again, we got 20. I don't think we should try to raise it bigger than it was in the other years. Recognize we can always spend this money, but I'd much rather put some things in the base. So I agree with what you said.
Just as additional information, and probably on the probably not on the same side of the majority opinion. I think it's fine to ask for deferred maintenance, maybe in the $20 million range that was appropriated last year. I don't think that's a problem. And 10 million for the tear down instead of 16 million. We'll have to move slower on some things. I would say that if we communicate that we're going to glide down on those, our maintenance assessment is actually going the other way. And I think holding steady is actually still continuing to put more responsibility on other funding sources. Now, it's just it's whatever the board wants to do on that, but I just want to say that our maintenance assessment is growing just even based on inflation and based on the policy that we have scaling that in. And I think that's a good policy because if we back away from that, we're just going to continue to add to the deferred backlog. So, I would just offer up that I would have a little bit of a concern, or I'd have a concern about communicating that we're gliding out of asking for deferred maintenance.
Okay.
Just a question on the need-based aid from the universities. What other sources of need-based aid do you have? I mean, from
We have, at Wichita State, we have allocated need-based aid just from our own institutional dollars, as an example, also private foundation dollars.
Although many of those aren't need-based, right? Foundation scholarships are not all need-based.
Well, it depends on the university, but most of ours are.
And obviously, federal funding is need-based, whether it's Pell Grants or otherwise. Those are kind of the pots that you have to draw from.
And I guess I'm just trying to figure out when we ask for that 14 and we keep that same, how much other, when we're looking at cutting so much out of this budget, if there's other dollars that are available for need-based aid, how much of a difference does this make versus some other request within the budget?
The need's not going away. So I mean, even all the, I think it's $40 million that we've gotten in our last, just is barely touching the actual need at all of our institutions, but particularly Wichita State. We have the most Pell eligible students in the system. So I still think we have a long way to go to even get beyond the regional average, but we can at least get there. That's going to be helpful.
Calculating that regional average, Elaine, are we looking at just state contributions into the fund? We're not looking at the other scholarship and other private funding sources, right?
Correct.
Yes.
So we're assuming that those other funds will keep going.
Yes.
And I would add in our case that has actually significantly helped our ability to recruit additional students as well, because we can meet need for some that we couldn't before. So we do have more students coming as a result of the investment that has been made already.
And when we go to the average around us, the likelihood they sit still is probably 0. So we're probably still won't be the average. I mean, so I think we should leave that one.
Yeah, I think this is aligned with our mission. I think the question is, do you do a $7 million ask this year and $7 million next year? Or do we say 14? And our goal always going to be at least to be a average, which is a lot better than our goal being to be below average. So, or do we want to do 14 or 2/7?
I would stick with 14.
I would support.
I would support 14.
All right, we're gonna keep that one at 14.
I do have a slight rebuttal to President Flanders' comment. I mean, we did pass the policy about deferred maintenance before we were getting any of this funding. So at one point, we did believe that, and again, I'm for asking for some, but I think the history of this is we were planning on working out of this ourselves. I know we have a match. Yes, sir.
If I might rebut that, we all agreed that we need to go out and get more money from the state if we were going to be able to.
You're
do
right.
that.
That is true.
We did agree that we had to go advocate for more funds.
That is true. You're right. You're right. Before we got any, but so again, I'm for leaving it, and maybe we just drop our voice on gliding or whatever. And I mean, and we will be asking for less than the year before. That'll just be a fact. We asked for less than we asked for last year.
Okay. Yeah, it's really more of a mentality for this board, I think, than what we communicate. But
And
yeah,
thank you for having the rebuttal comment. That's the kind of atmosphere we want.
that's right. Lots of rebutting.
So,
All right. So is the suggestion then on capital renewal and demolition to go to 20 and 10 on our ask?
I would agree with that.
All right, we're gonna pencil that in. 20 and 10 on those two. Okay. And then, and again, we can come back and we will revisit all this tomorrow. Cybersecurity, we want to leave that at 20 or go down to 5 where it was last year. We want to ask just for the same that we got last year. I know it's, we'll always be able to spend whatever we could get, trust me. I'd suggest we go to what we got last year. And the thing is, can you fund what you funded last year?
I want to get feedback on, would that put us in risk?
We could certainly spend 40, so the environment is not getting less risky, for sure.
So I was wondering, when we are working with contractors or vendors on these skills, while universities are producing that labor, are we looking at them to consume our talent while we are giving this contracts to vendors and create more jobs?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the majority of this does not go to vendors. This goes to infrastructure and personnel to run our IT systems and upgrade our infrastructure and software.
Yeah, within the university.
What was even intrusion testing the first year?
I'll just say though that a lot of the work in the solutions, we do outsource a lot of that. I think all of us do. I know that we do it because we can't scale up this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes
So-
sense. Because 20 million is a lot for,
Yeah.
1 year. So that is something like, just like how we get federal funds for contractors and they look as 30% of it goes to DEI or, encourage more small businesses. Are we looking at challenging our quote unquote vendors who's receiving these opportunities to look at hiring from our own universities, or at least giving opportunities for apprenticeships and learning pathways, especially IT and infrastructure. Those are something, cybersecurity.
I would just say you were on our campus on Friday. I mean, that is something that we try to do.
Yeah.
Encourage. So I don't know. I can't speak to the other institutions.
And I appreciated that model, having that co-ops kind of situation.
President Linton?
Yeah, I would just say that IT is probably the biggest risk that we have in Kansas State, where we continue to be under technology and under staffed. I would suggest that we think of something in between what was originally presented and what you presented and talk about somewhere in the middle. Because $1 million for us is not going to do much.
Okay, 12 million would be the split between 5 and 20. You guys want to say 12 million? You want to say 15, 10? Let's get a placeholder and keep moving.
Milligan's to 12.
All right, we're gonna put in 12 right now. Thank
Okay,
you.
and
go ahead.
to quote Animal House, I don't want to stop you, you're on a roll, but I like 15 better than 12. I mean, I just think this is a risk area for us.
I would support that.
All right, 15 it is. That's my lucky number. Okay.
And we may still come back and say more after we see how everything adds up too, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Student success and retention, 9.5 million. So we had last year. We want that continued investment. The thought was that we needed to
Yes.
stand it up and they'd pay for itself. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We'll keep that whole. Okay, and then I'm going to come back then to mandatory utility and contract cost increases for the general use budget. So this is different than just a flat increase in what we're seeing with inflation, but specifically to what we're seeing with utilities and contract increases in place, which I do think is a better approach. But this thing was such a lead balloon last year, I'd probably advocate for just Xing this one off, even though I know it's real. Or do you guys want to keep it or slim it? Any advocates on any side of this one?
I think it's a concept that we need to keep alive, although I have a belief that we can always expect that we can find ways to do things better. We always have another gear. So I think something like an offset for some portion of it that we say we'd take on.
Okay.
Whatever you like. long ago in a galaxy far, far away, I said always expect to cover half to 2/3 of inflation with efficiency. So if you wanted to say half.
All right,
Yeah,
let's say 7 million. How's that sound?
Then,
What
then I
about-
think then we can discuss it as a real thing that's a reality, but we're not just
Yeah.
saying, just give it to us. We're working at it ourselves.
I like that. Other questions or comments on that one?
Yeah, I've got a question, may seem unrelated. Where in the current proposal here is the ability to provide for faculty and staff compensation?
We did not, I mean, it was in the research ask and depending on how we frame up, if we come back and do the 10 million on that, there's possibility for that, but I do think generally we hope to, it hasn't always happened, we get looped in the state when they do that, or we need to find efficiencies in our own house to make sure we can pay for competitive wages.
Well, I just want to advocate for giving the university some authority, some flexibility with respect to this money. I think it's critically important, as we said earlier, about moving the needle on need-based aid, about student success, IT. But I would hate to try to run a university and have no funding increase for faculty and staff. Talk about something that's important to keep to keep students coming to your institution and to keep people paying tuition. It's quality of staff and faculty. So I'm just concerned about how we can react to that.
Any other comments on that or follow up?
I would support that conversation and thought process.
I think it's an important topic as well. I wonder if we can put it in the parking lot and swing back to it once we've gone through the list and decide how we address it.
Okay, that'd be something on the list for tomorrow as we're approaching 5:20 coming up here. Okay, I'm gonna put in on the still calling it the contract cost and utility mandatory utility increases 7 million. Okay, so through that section, we're holding the 14.1 on need-based aid. Student success retention, we're holding the 9.5. On prior cybersecurity, we are doing 15. These are all placeholders as a reminder. Mandatory utility, we're doing 7. Prior investment in the capital renewal, we are doing 20. On facility demolition, we're doing 10. On the research proposal, we are doing 10. And on the university stabilization, we're doing 9. With the know that we're gonna do a 9 next year. Did I capture all that right?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
All right, good work, everybody. All right, because we're out of time. Individual universities will start, well, we'll come to at some point in the conversation tomorrow, looking at your individual campus requests and if there's anything you guys are willing to amend there as you've had a chance to look at it. And then we'll come back and kind of look at the whole picture. Elaine, as you were following that, how much were we able to cut out of the ask through all the changes that we made?
Mr. Chairman, for what I am tallying, I have a grand total of $309 million.
Yeah. All right, we're making progress. Good work, guys. And again, we can come back and add and take back, but I'm proud of this group in this room. This is it's like as fun as wordsmithing. These are all important priorities to us. And I appreciate the speed at which you guys are willing to have this conversation over all these very complex items. Okay, let's look at the agenda then for tomorrow. Any other comments, I guess, before we move out of the budget? Or comments? Anybody wants to add?
There's one more lobbying piece here, if you will. I total up our tentative suggestions of $30 million for buildings. And I'm concerned that we spend $30 million on buildings and nothing on the people that teach inside of them. I think we have to address that tomorrow.
Yeah, I just want to be careful to say, I don't think because we don't ask for something from the legislature for those increases, doesn't mean that that's not a priority for us, that we can't find other ways to do it. I get your point, Regent Winter, but I just want to make sure that we're also not communicating that if it's not on there, it's not a priority, or there's not other ways to get at it.
Thank you.
Yeah, other questions or comments? Okay, we got 10 minutes. President Flanders, okay if we move Chad Bristow's presentation, items 2 and 3 to tomorrow also?
Yeah, it might delay construction a day, but we can do that.
Right, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, so of course, but the unified request wasn't originally on the plan for tomorrow. So is that first out in the morning?
Well, I'm just about to do that. Regent Ice, you're a great vice chair. So what I want to do is move, when we're looking tomorrow, I think, my suggestion would be, we move through sections 8 and 9 as proposed, and then we essentially create a new section 10 before executive session, where we catch up on stuff today. And in section 10, the first thing would be this lift. Then we do FAFSA, conflict of interest, and Chad after. Are you comfortable with that, or does anybody want it first thing out of the gate?
My inclination was first thing out of the gate because we're already on it. I break up our momentum, but which is going to happen anyway, but resting overnight. But
I have a kind of a personal privilege request. You're gonna feel sorry for me. I have to leave here about 10:30 or 11, catch a flight to go on a week-long bicycle tour in Spain. I can see everybody tearing up, so
Taking Dan with you?
maybe that.
All right. Well, we'll move. Here's what I'll suggest then. Before reports tomorrow, and I think President Ruda and President Jeanette are there. And if Keith and Scott can also be prepared, we will start with this out of the gate after our breakfast with faculty senate. Then we will go into the reports and the TEA items, and then we'll go to FAFSA, conflict of interest, and Chad, and then we'll go into executive session. Does that work?
I love this plan.
Huh?
I love this plan.
All right, I got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all opposed, same sign. Okay. Then we got tomorrow's agenda figured out. We still have other matters, which I wanted to make sure we did today before we adjourn at 5:30. Chancellor Gerard, I'll let you go. You have items 1 and 2.
I'll try and move through these pretty quick. I just broke the microphone. Our first is just a request for K-Board to update our mission, vision, values, and metrics for the university. This has been part of a 2-component effort. One was to move our collective campuses to more of a one university approach, which we've been working on between finance and policy, general counsel, global operations, audit, risk management, et cetera. We're trying to create one office across all of our campuses to create more efficiencies and effectiveness. But it's also part of the HLC process that we're preparing for a visit in a few years, and a recognition that all our agencies, whether they're federal funding agencies, APLU, AAU, et cetera, see us as one university. But actually, as you look at the K-Board website, we are listed as really 2 state agencies. And so part of our efforts are to create our own internal structure to more closely align as one university, but would request with approval of, and Steve, you want to punch through some slides here real quick? We can get to where we're at on that. And this is where we are. Just what we're going to do is we have one mission statement for the entire university, but our collective campuses at Lawrence Edwards and Medical Center have somewhat different visions because they have different functions. And then they each have a collective strategic plan underneath that we will kind of elevate one above to combine all of those. This is part of presenting ourselves as one university, which we need to do our accrediting body, and just for more effectiveness. So the team's been working really hard on this and would request approval of K-Board to endorse this and then update the website.
Great. I really like it. Any questions?
I have a comment. It's not just our website that does that. You're actually designated as two state agencies.
I know we are from a funding perspective, but we're not from a functional perspective. Right,
Yeah,
because
I
authority
appreciate
wise,
that.
we're one agency, how we operate. And so I'm responsible for both. So, and I report to you. So we are one entity.
All right. Other questions or comments?
I think this is mandatory.
Yeah, I would agree, actually. And 158 years later, we're getting there.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll say second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Your team did a nice job on these. These are hard to write.
They are. Team did a really good. Yeah, I won't go through all of those, but they've done a ton of work behind it. We still have work to do, but we're making great progress. So thank you for endorsing that. I'd like to move on to the request for the opportunity to name a couple of our golf facilities. Actually, the University of Kansas Golf Complex and the University of Kansas Golf Facility. And both of those are actually located at the Jayhawk Club Golf Course in Lawrence, and they serve both our men and women's team. And the first request, if you would go to the first slide, is to seek your approval to name the KU Golf Facility after Tom and Kathy Wiggins. And you see Tom Wiggins here as he's receiving an award from the School of Pharmacy. He's a 1975 grad at the School of Pharmacy. He's originally from Fredonia, Kansas. Has a long history really of leading and both leading and starting up pharmaceutical companies, been highly successful, a lot of that out in Silicon Valley, and has led the national organization, the Biotechnology Innovation Organization for the country, and actually about 30 countries as well. Very deserving of his Distinguished Alumnus Award, but they've been incredibly supportive of the university, both in many areas, School of Pharmacy, athletics, alumni, college, Dole Institute, Fine Arts Hall, Center, music scholarships, and Chancellor's Club. And his wife, Kathy, serves on as board chair for the Youth on Course, which is a nonprofit organization that makes the game of golf affordable to youth in over 2,000 golf courses across the country. It's really, in Canada, a really creative thing. They currently live in Pebble Beach. Obviously, they're big golfers and have two adult daughters, Elizabeth and Amanda. And they recently stepped up to really eliminate the debt for this facility for our golf teams, and which really allows our golf teams to focus their funding on their programs. And so in recognition of their incredible generosity and support of the university, we'd request to name the golf practice facility at the Jayhawk Club, the Tom and Kathy Wiggins Golf Facility.
Regent Dicus.
I'd make a motion that we do that.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, great job, Doug. Got more?
Great. Staying focused on golf, we are seeking to name the KU Golf Complex at the Jayhawk Club, the Gary Woodland Golf Complex. I think most of us are familiar with Gary Woodland, born right here in Topeka, Kansas, and graduated from Shawnee Heights High School, attended 1 year at Washburn, played basketball at Washburn before transferring to KU to play golf. And obviously has been highly successful. I graduated from KU in 2007, and they currently reside in Delray Beach, Florida, as well as have a place in Lawrence. But Gary obviously turned pro after he graduated from the University of Kansas, and as a 4-time PGA Tour winner, and won the U.S. Open Cup in 2019, which he was kind enough to bring to campus to share with us, as you see in the picture there. And he's been incredibly supportive of the golf program and really has been a great supporter of the facilities for the golf program. And it would be a real honor to recognize, if we can go to the next slide, the golf complex, which you see on the right-hand side, which really is 6 holes of golf, a driving practice range, putting range, and this is outside the golf facility itself that we just talked about. This is really the entire complex, which is really impressive and has really helped our golf teams have a high degree of success. And we can jump to the next slide real quick here, just to talk a little bit about the success of both these programs, which these facilities have really helped us out. Cecil Belle Isle just won the Folds of Honor Collegiate Tournament this last week, actually topping 90 players in that field, and was the only golfer to come in under par for the entire tournament. And the ladies just wrapped up the branch law firm UNM Dick McGuire Invitational. It's a mouthful, but they set a school record of an 18-hole score, shooting 14 under par, and finished second behind number 15 ranked Pepperdine and ahead of number 12 Arizona State. So these facilities have been really, really helpful for our teams to continue to be highly successful, and would kindly request that we name this the Gary Woodland Golf Complex.
I would
Regent
also,
Dykes.
yeah, as a friend, a fellow Topeka and a fellow Jayhawk, I would be honored to make the motion to name it the Gary Woodland Golf Complex.
Second.
All right. Okay, you guys coming through here. First and second, any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. I should have said say Rock Chalk Jayhawk, but I'm not sure everybody would have been unanimous. But all right, okay, thank you, Rick Muma, President Muma.
Yes, thank you very much. Wichita State is requesting permission to name a new softball team operations facility to be built at the Howard Wilkins Stadium on our campus. John and Gail Wadsworth, both 1979 graduates of WSU with degrees in mechanical engineering and elementary education respectively. The continued support of the university makes this possible. The Wadsworths have been very strong supporters for more than 30 years, especially in athletics, and have also established 2 endowed scholarships, the Wadsworth Family Student Athlete Scholarship and the Neil Hart Baseball Scholarship. In naming the proposed facility the Wadsworth Softball Team Operations Facility, we can honor the John and Gail Wadsworth's dedication to advancing Wichita State University athletics. So request approval for this.
I'll move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you, President Muma. Appreciate everybody for, I know it was a long meeting, but a lot of great information, great conversation. We'll be back in here. Make sure I get the time right. We're meeting faculty senate presidents 8:30, and we will gavel in at 9:45 tomorrow. 9:45. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
9:40, yeah.